makes you a Star Wars fan? Is it the way the stories make you feel? Is it how you connect with the characters? No matter how you answered, you're in the right place. Star Wars Celebration 2023 is finally here.
Hello there, Star Wars Celebration!
This weekend, London is the center of the Star Wars galaxy for a blowout bash celebrating not just Star Wars, but the fandom itself.
Everybody's here for one reason, and that's because of your passion and your love for Star Wars.
And we're here to honor you.
I love you!
The best fans in the galaxy with an inside look at the greatest event in all of Star Wars fandom. Live from our stage on the show floor.
This is where the fun begins.
You want panels?
Who here wants to see a teaser trailer?
We got you.
We just experienced The Mandalorian.
You want special guests?
I think I cried 4 times.
Oh, too cool!
We got you.
Here and a Star Wars.
You want never-before-seen reveals?
We heard the crowd go crazy, so we ran.
You better believe we got
You brought me a world exclusive?
So sit back, relax, and pour yourself some blue milk. You never know who might show up or what might happen. This is the way to day one of Star Wars Celebration Live 2023.
Hello and welcome to Star Wars Celebration Europe 2023. Presented by Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I am one of your hosts, Anthony Carboni.
And I'm Christina Ariel, and I just want... Oh, hi! I was about to say that. I just want to say hi, and what's up to all the Star Wars fans out there? Are you guys ready to party this weekend?
Oh, look at y'all. Sabers up, costumes on. It sounds like they're ready. Now, as you know by now, we're going to be here all weekend talking to the cast and the crew and everybody that makes the wonderful Star Wars galaxy that we all love.
Plus, we're going to be bringing you exclusive looks at the panels, reveals, things to see on the show floor, and much, much more. And speaking of much, much more, we have more hosts to help us out this year!
At yung pinky, might be cousin.
Yep, looks like our gatekeeper droid is trying to tell us they're here. Give it up for our co-hosts this weekend, Kristen Bhaver, Jamie Stangroup, and making his triumphant Star Wars Celebration return, my adopted droid son and roving videographer, Gil! Oh, it's the Gil cam! Oh, it is wonderful to have you back with us on camera, Gil.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Are you excited to be up here on the main stage and kind of hosting with us this year?
I'm so excited to see everyone.
Well,
You
good.
literally see everyone.
Yeah, everybody wave to the Gil cam.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to see you all.
Oh, well, Gil, we're excited to have you here with us, and we're excited for everything we have going on this weekend. I mean, what are y'all looking forward to?
I'm so excited for this massive crowd. I'm just so happy to be here with all of you. Look at you guys. This is amazing. It is people as far as the eye can see.
Yeah. So much to be excited for, but it's just great to have Celebration back in London, Europe. I think everyone agrees, right? Yeah?
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And I'm more excited when I look, by the way. I'm British, mate, so it's all on the inside.
I'm excited enough for both of us. I think we're good on this
Thanks,
side.
Kristen.
I think I'm most excited. 1, this crowd is amazing. 2, I've seen so much good cosplay. 3, there's so much good High Republic cosplay, and I'm gonna cry because you guys look so cute, and there was a Marta Rowe, and I love her so much, and she was out there, and I just waved.
I got 30% of it, but it sounded good. It sounded good and very excited.
Did it sound like I'm excited?
It did.
Because I am.
Awesome. You know who else I'm excited to see back this year?
Who?
I got distracted by Christina, but I'm also excited for Cameron Matthews out in the crowd, keeping the audience amped up all weekend long. What up, Cam?
What up, everybody? Hello to all of you watching at home on StarWars.com and on YouTube. I'm Cam, your warm-up guy. Thrilled to be back here for Star Wars Celebration live in London. And we are having an incredible time here. And as the hosts were just mentioning, the cosplay is amazing. Yeah, and the energy in here is electric. Right, everyone? What's so wonderful about this is the place where true Star Wars family and friends come together to be a family of one, right? Yeah, and we are finding out that we have folks here live with us in London from all continents, even Antarctica, someone said. We're still getting confirmation on that. But across the globe, so many are joining us here and live and at home as well. And we have amazing cosplay. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, Rachel.
Rachel, look at her. Doesn't she look fantastic, everybody? Rachel, where are you joining us from?
I'm from California.
All the way from California, that's fantastic. What makes you travel all this way for Star Wars? What is it about it?
I really love the panels and seeing other people's cosplays and just meeting a lot of the other fans too. Everyone here is so nice. It's amazing.
It is. Everyone is so nice, and I love the energy around here. I was just talking to these folks right here. Hi, what's your name?
Chrissy.
Chrissy, we were looking at that opening sizzle reel, right? We were looking at the energy from Anaheim last year, right? What was it like to be in that room when Ewan McGregor was on that stage?
It was amazing. Waited a long time for that, so.
Will do. And if you want to see that incredible energy, you're in the right place. Stay with us all weekend for Star Wars Celebration Europe. Back to you guys.
It's a good-looking crowd.
The audience sure seems excited, but I'll tell you what got me stoked this morning. It's all the incredible new Star Wars that was revealed at the Studio Showcase panel today.
That's right. We got to meet the cast of The Acolyte, which is officially coming out in 2024. We found out more about Season 2 of Andor, which is shooting now. Yes. Checked in with the cast of The Mandalorian. Learned more about the Amblin-esque adventure series that awaits with the Skeleton Crew. Oh my God. And 3 new Star Wars films directed by James Mangold, Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, and Dave Filoni. Oh my goodness. And speaking of Dave, we got to see a brand new teaser trailer for Ahsoka.
In fact, do you all want to see it again? Because I sure do.
Let's roll it.
Something's coming. Something dark. I sense it.
This is a new beginning. For some, war. For others, power.
It's been a while. Things have changed. I started hearing whispers about Thrawn's return as heir to the Empire. We have to prepare for the worst. The Jedi fell a long time ago. There aren't many left.
Perhaps it is time to begin again.
Bean, Hera, all there in live action, all at once.
Mon Mothma!
Mon Mothma!
Mothcats! I almost cried.
The back of somebody's head.
Who could it
be?
be?
Anyone. Could be anyone.
Does it rhyme with Long John
It doesn't rhyme
Silver?
with anything. It doesn't rhyme with anything.
All right, I know we could watch that trailer all day. And don't worry, we will. Ron wasn't the only character.
She said it!
To try and return to the screen.
She said it!
Confirmed.
She said it. We're allowed to say it.
We're allowed to say it. It's fine. It's
that
fine.
was Thrawn!
That's right, our old pal Dr. Henry Jones Jr. is back with his latest adventure, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Would you guys be interested in seeing that new trailer? Okay, I thought so. Let's roll it.
I'm retiring.
Well, in that case, what are we drinking?
Same for the goddaughter.
Dad told me you found something. On a train during the war. A dial that could change the course of history.
Why are you chasing the thing that drove your father crazy?
Don't move. We need to get out of here.
Stop!
Sorry.
Helena!
Dr. Jones, get him. Hitler made mistakes, and with this, I will correct them all. You stole it. Then you stole it.
And then I stole it. It's called capitalism.
This way!
Fasten your seatbelt. There might be some turbulence.
You've taken your chances, made your mistakes. And now a final triumph.
Give him hell, Indiana Jones!
A few times in my life, I've seen things. I've been tortured with voodoo. Been shot 9 times, including once by your father.
Sorry!
But I've been looking for this all my life.
Oh, we were rehearsing earlier, and there are 2 indies in the crowd right up there. And we all just looked at each other before the day started and crossed our fingers. That was such an amazing trailer. Indiana Jones is back, baby! June 30th, Dial of Destiny! It looked amazing!
Oh my gosh. Did you guys see it's Phoebe Waller-Bridge? I'm gonna lose my mind. She's so good.
Indiana Jones riding a horse through a parade and down into a subway is just the most Indiana Jones image I think I've ever seen, and I love it.
And he kicked over shelves.
It's important to have him kick over shelves at least once, so yeah.
It is important. It's
I know.
a cool exit strategy.
I know. That's why he does it every time.
I know, I like it. Well, if that's how we're starting the first day, I can't wait to see how the rest of the weekend goes.
Finally, before we officially start things here on our stage, we want to remind you that you too can be part of the show, yes, you, by using the official hashtag, YesSWC2023.
That's right. Whatever you see, whatever you're excited about, whatever you want to say, let us know with hashtag YesSWC2023. And all weekend long, you could see yourself on screen during the stream.
But that's not all. We've got a brand new poll launching right now on @StarWars on Twitter that you can vote on. So first question, if you could spend your time in a galaxy far, far away, what would you spend your time doing? A, go to the living waters. B, moisture farming. C, hang out in a cantina. D, pet a loft cat.
The answer is D.
Vote now at Star Wars on Twitter. And we'll be back later today with the results and a brand new poll.
All right, what do you think? Should we start the show?
No. Come on, London. Yes. We flew halfway across the world. Are you ready to start the show? Much better. Much better.
Stick around because Star Wars Celebration Live 2023 will be back in just a moment with our first guest of the weekend, and you won't want to miss it.
Woo! Ready? Oh! Feels good. Feels good to be here in Navarro. Feels good to be sitting at the Forge. Now we've seen our next guests fighting for their lives, both on screen in The Hunger Games and Squid Game. Now they're back playing a completely different game of sorts, the game of acting in a brand new Disney Plus Star Wars series. Please welcome from the Acolyte, Amandla Stenberg and Jung-Jae. Oh my goodness. Welcome. Welcome to both of you. Welcome to your first Star Wars celebration. How is it?
Insane. We're so happy to be here. We're so excited we finally get to share what we're up to.
Yeah. I mean, it was absolutely amazing to see some of the details this morning, to hear some of what you're going to be doing. What was it like to finally be able to share some of those details with the crowd?
I think we're so confused about what we can share, which is, I think, the nature of just probably being a part of Star Wars. But hopefully what you guys got to see is the kind of the tone of the show, which is very much inspired by martial arts films. It's very inspired by Kill Bill. Leslie likes to say that the show is a combination of Frozen and Kill Bill, which is kind of a nuts combo. But I think tonally, it's really exciting. It's really dark. It has a sense of magical realism, and yeah, we're just so exhilarated to finally give you a sneak peek.
아니 오늘 진짜 놀라는 일이 많네요.
Today, a lot of surprising things happening.
이렇게 많으신 분들이 이렇게 함께 하시는 이 행사가 15년 됐다라는 것에 많이 놀랐습니다.
So I've been amazed to find that this celebration with so many of you has been going on for 15 years.
Yeah, 15 years.
물론 그리고 또 저희가 함께 하고 있다라는 것도 놀랍고요.
And it's really surprising in a nice way that we're all together in this.
Oh, it's a family, and you're part of the family now.
Yes, right. 그리고 오늘 아콜라이트를 조금 보여드릴 수 있어서 너무 기뻤고요.
And I was really glad to show you a sneak peek of Acolyte today as well.
그리고 그것만큼 더 흥분됐던 것은
And something more exciting on top of that was
다른 트레일러도 오늘 많이 봤다라는 것이 굉장히 흥분되었습니다. 멋있었습니다.
it was so cool to see other trailers for other shows as well. Really exciting.
We did see a lot of amazing stuff in the studio presentation. What one trailer or surprise had you both like the most excited?
From the other shows?
From the other shows, yeah. Can't say your own show, that's cheating.
I'm just so excited to see Rosario Dawson and Ahsoka. I think it's gonna be out of this world, and that character is already so special, and she's so phenomenal. So I'm so excited for that. Yeah.
Yeah, to see Ahsoka and Hera and Sabine all in the same place on camera together like that was just it was just like a mind-melting moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
저는 오늘 진짜 흥미로웠던 것이 트레일러가 다 장르나 어떤 그런 뭐라고 해야 될까요? 그 느낌이 다 달라서 그게 정말 진짜 흥미로웠던 것 같아요.
For me today, the most interesting parts were that all the trailers had different feels and different genres from them.
그래서 정말 진짜 너무 빨리 보고 싶어서 기다리는 게 지금 기다릴 수가 없는 것 같아요.
So I can't wait to see them all in full.
Yeah. It was a lot of wonderful stuff. Joining Star Wars, I'm sure, is it's always something that is a big deal. It's a lot to take on, I'm sure. In particular for you, Lee, this is your first American series, and this is your first series in a foreign language for you. How was the experience coming on to all of this?
굉장히 특별한 경험이죠. 저에게는 제가 영어가 언어가 아니기 때문에요.
So it's definitely a special experience for me, especially because English isn't my first language.
그래서 아마 스타워즈가 아니었다면은 아마 이 작품을 못 한다고 거절했을 것 같아요.
So if it wasn't Star Wars, I may have declined some other show.
근데 누가 스타워즈를 거절할 수 있겠어요?
But who would say no to Star Wars? Come on.
더군다나 라이트 세이버를 쓸 수 있다고 하는데.
And they said you can use a lightsaber.
Amazing. And obviously, I mean, look, she shows up to her own panel for her own show dressed as Padme. Like, you know it's a big deal for her to be part of Star Wars. Tell me about this. How was it for you?
It's unreal, for sure. Yeah. I really love cons. I really love cosplaying. So it felt like there was no way I could come here and not cosplay. Yeah.
And when you found out about joining the show and becoming part of Star Wars, like, how was that for you?
Oh my God. Yeah, I nearly fainted. What was so wild about this show and my experience coming onto it was Leslie and Lucasfilm had already developed the show around me before I even had my first meeting.
Wow.
So
both amazing and no pressure.
Yeah. Like, basically, here's your own Star Wars show on a silver platter. What are you gonna do, babe? I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna put my entire heart and soul into it and do the best I possibly can. But yeah, that first meeting was wild. I was presented with the concept art that had already been drawn up with my image, which was like, a fall on the floor moment.
Whoa.
I'd say. And then the panic hit. And then after the panic hit, then I started training in Wing Chun at a local school, which was really cool because going into training, I had already kind of had that basis when I did my my initial training period with my master.
Wow. Wow. You just jumped right into it. I love it. I love it. Well, before we go, is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans as we kind of like launch this entire Acolyte experience here at Star Wars Celebration?
제가 장담할 수 있을 것 같은데 이 아콜라이트는 지금까지 나왔었던 스타워즈 이야기들 중에서도 가장 흥미로운 이야기가 될 것 같습니다.
I guarantee you that Acolyte would be the most interesting of the Star Wars stories.
스타워즈는 놀랍게도 항상 발전되는 이야기와 비주얼을 우리에게 보여줬었는데 지금 저희 아콜라이트도 조금 더 발전한 이야기와 비주얼을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아서 진짜 뭐 더 말씀드리고 싶은데 여기까지만 참겠습니다.
Star Wars has always shown stepped up visuals and stepped up developments of stories and so on. And I think Acolyte will be showing a great example of that going further ahead. I really want to share more, but I can't, so I'll stop right here.
Amandla, anything you want to say to the fans here before we wrap it up?
I guess I just want to say it's such an exciting time for Star Wars. There's so many corners of the universe that are being explored and being shared right now. And it's a huge privilege to be a part of that. And we also take the privilege of being able to focus on the High Republic era really seriously. It's such an interesting time in the galaxy. And hopefully you guys will love everything that we're trying to showcase in it. Such a vast array of characters that we have, vast array of creatures, vast array of fighting styles. And I just, once again, I'm really excited to share it with you. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're excited to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, Amandla Stenberg, Jung-Jae, thank you so much for being here. We got more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Star Wars on YouTube is the premier destination for new and exclusive Star Wars content every week. From brand new trailer debuts to never-before-seen behind-the-scenes reveals, Star Wars on YouTube is the channel you need to be subscribed to for up-to-the-second Star Wars news and information. Plus, exciting original series like This Week in Star Wars.
Star Wars Visions Volume 2 will arrive on Star Wars Day, May the 4th.
Give me the opportunity to sort of like pay attention to details.
And the High Republic Show.
Where's Buryaga? Is he okay? Phase 2 is intense, y'all.
That bring fans the latest and greatest from a galaxy far, far away. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe to Star Wars on YouTube today.
Now, you've seen our next guests giving forking amazing performances in The Good Place, hanging out with Wolverine and Professor X, and living the same day over and over and over again in Russian Doll. But now they can all be seen together in the brand new series, Star Wars, The Acolyte. Give it up for Manny, Jacinto, Dafne, and Charlie Barnett. Yeah, get used to that.
Yeah, no.
Yo, one more time. This is so cool.
Insane.
Now, Charlie, you previously worked with Leslie on Russian Doll.
I did.
So what was it like working on a Star Wars series with her?
Very different world, I'm not gonna lie. Leslie's incredible. She's one of the most malleable directors that I feel like I've worked with, one of the most collaborative. As much as she is so ingrained into this world, she is a super fan. I'm a fan. Leslie is like next level super fan. She was correcting me on things. I couldn't believe it. But she is always available to hear our voices, to incorporate our thoughts, our artistic choices into the world, into the galaxy, I should be saying.
A galaxy far, far
which
away.
makes it so much more enjoyable to work on something like this, but also, I think, more creative. It's really incredible. She's a brilliant woman.
Yeah.
Truly.
Woo!
So thankful to
Leslie.
be working with her again.
I can really look forward to seeing what you guys do because you really made magic with Russian Doll. So I'm really excited to see it.
Thank you.
Now, Dafne, you play a Jedi in this series, and I have to ask you our most important question.
Padawan.
What's it like living all of our dreams?
It's a lifestyle. It's great.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle. I love it. The first time I got my saber, I had to go into a corner and just scream on my own. I was like, it's fine, guys. I've done this a billion times. And I was just like, it was so exciting.
Let it be known we had sticks at first.
We had like these wooden sticks, like genuinely, that were like taped to be like the border where you like put your hand on. And then suddenly we were on set and they were like, here's the saber. They just like handed it really casually because they'd been like handling them for like however many just projects they've done. We were like, just so much pressure. But it was so fun. I get to be an alien, which is sick. Yeah. It's fun. we have a good time, and then we get to do a bunch of stunts, which I love, and we get to do Force stuff. It's just like we had a whole Force training, like 2 weeks of just like us in rooms being like, which was really fun.
All right, I need to see it one more time. Give me your best Force move.
My best Force move. But I can do that. I'm not gonna give you more, guys. You have to watch the show.
You know, it'd been really cool if that door just opened. Like, as soon as you did it, the door just
Yeah,
slid
what can I
open.
say? I just did that.
Now, Manny, you've been in a couple of great ensemble casts in your career.
Thank you.
So what's it like joining one in a galaxy far, far away?
There is nothing like Star Wars. Look at this. This is unreal. It goes all the way back there. Oh, man. I mean, there's nothing like the ensemble of the Star Wars family, and it's truly, truly an honor to be able to do this with all you guys. Because, yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a true honor, so thank you. There's nothing like it.
Oh, dear. Well, he got it. Now, Dafne and Charlie, we've heard you two are like two peas in a pod on the set. What's it like working with one another? And, ooh, what's a fun story you can share about your time on the set?
We have many.
Yeah,
many.
We're kind of like the shenanigans, the children of the set.
Yeah, we're definitely very goofy.
Got in trouble a lot moving, things with the Force because,
because you can.
Because we can,
Because, like, we know how to do that.
We had a couple, like, off-screen saber fights.
Yeah, we did.
Ooh, Dafne broke a saber.
No, shush! Why would you say that?
strong,
Actually, if
that
it was
powerful.
3, but okay.
True. And they come in, like,
Thanks.
private briefcases, too, so it's like
Yeah,
a
it was
big
really
deal,
bad.
No,
it was really bad. It was actually really, the
Real.
prop people were like, you need to stop. And I was like, I'm really sorry. I'm not doing it on purpose.
I think it was week 3. We were going through stunt training, and I was like falling apart at the seams. I really, this is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
This is a big deal, and I wanted to live up to everything that was being thrown at us. And it's such an incredible group of people training us for all the stunts and working with us for stunts.
Yeah.
And I was about to lose it because I couldn't do a backflip and, a kickflip spin with my lightsaber like Manny can.
Like Manny.
Legitimately.
Manny's stunt god.
Yeah.
Like Manny's the father of stunts.
I didn't get to do any like super fun stuff.
No.
It was like
No lightsaber too, so
But you're like,
Yeah.
anyways, we can't talk about this. This is very forbidden.
Spoilers.
But Manny was having like, not Manny, Charlie. Great. I'm doing great under pressure. Charlie was having a little freak out. Like in the corner, he was like, just like having a little moment. And they gave him his robe, like his Jedi robe for the first time. This is highly illegal. I shouldn't have done this. I took my phone and I took a photo of it and I sent it to him and I was like, you look so cool. Love you.
It was
and that was the beginning
an inspiring,
of our
it was our moment of bond. And
Yeah.
I knew that I had a partner supporting me for sure. But
I sent him a little message, Master Charlie.
Now, we talked about your Jedi training, your lightsaber training. What kind of preparation did you put into it as far as, I don't know, High Republic information? Or, you know, whatever.
I think Charlie should take this one because Charlie is informed, guys. Charlie's got the answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm too afraid to answer this. I feel like we're going to get in
Everyone's
trouble
watching
for
you.
Don't worry,
saying
Leslie
anything.
is backstage watching you on
No
the screen.
pressure.
Leslie's
Say
gone?
whatever you
All right,
want.
good. I won't be fired?
Yeah,
All right.
Leslie's gone, but look around.
Oh, take a breath, take a breath. We are in an era a little bit after, you know, the highest of the High Republic, about 100 years out from the books. So luckily, I think it makes it a little bit more free to be like, we're coming into it from a place that isn't established. I'm like, wow, man, I want to say so much.
Tread so lightly.
Yeah, tread
Or
so
don't.
lightly.
Yeah.
Ooh, we go to some cool places.
Do you do
can't
some
say
cool
that.
things as well?
We do some cool things, some really cool things.
Cool things,
Cool things, cool places, cool people.
There's some cool looks. I can
Yeah.
say that this one has some cool horns.
Yeah.
Is that enough of
I do
what I like?
slay in my alien outfit. It's really funny. I walked on set one day without it, and the director asked me for a coffee. He was like, "Oh, yeah, new PA. Can you get me a coffee?" I was like, "Yeah." They came back with a coffee, and they went, "Oh my God, Daphne." I was like, "Yes." It's
I love
me."
that you got the coffee.
I got the coffee. I was like, "Here's your latte."
We love a humble Jedi Queen.
Yeah.
Now, I have to ask, this, as we just said, this is an entirely new era for Star Wars. So what's it like to have the freedom to work within that timeline and this story and to kind of just come in on a new era? You guys are setting a tone.
Yeah.
What's that feel like for you?
I think it's really fun to get to like investigate and have some creative input within the guidelines of the universe that's been created. But it's really fun to get to actually like take creative decisions and stuff. And it's really fun to kind of have this freedom of it's this time where basically like Siths don't exist, which is something we haven't really seen. And it's fun to have that kind of that air of mystery and all of these new things. And the Jedi is kind of like thriving at this point, like they're doing really well. And it's really fun. We have different costumes to the other Jedis because obviously it's sooner. It's just really fun to get to play around with stuff, I think.
Now, without spoiling the show, can you tell me, I don't know, describe the Acolyte in 5 words? Less than 5 words.
One word each, or something.
Create a sentence.
Action. Trailer. Drop it now.
Yeah.
Come on, the people want it.
Yes! Manny, what did you do?
I'm gonna cause a riot.
He's using
You
the
already
Force.
But yes, action.
I would say a battle for power. I mean, the best parts about Star Wars is there is no good or evil. It depends on what side you're standing on, truly. You know what I mean? That you can look at any angle and see yourself relayed through all the characters, Darth to Luke. You know what I'm saying? But this show, I shouldn't use Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. I'm sorry, I'm too casual with that. This show is truly about that balance of power and balance of good versus evil, and realizing that so much of it, starts at the root, truly.
I also say it's a very emotional show in a way. It's kind of got a very human quality, which is, I think, what drew all of us as creatives apart from the huge Star Wars element of it, which I think we're all fans of it. But it was a really human show, and it's really fun as an actor to get to step into that.
I just want to say, first of all, I'm so excited to see what you all do with this show. Thank you so much for your time and for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Charlie, pride.
Well, I think I can say for everyone
right
else here
there.
and say, welcome to Star Wars!
Thank you. We love you.
second.
This is a lightsaber.
Only Jedis carry that kind of weapon.
Are you ready? Then let's begin. It's your father's lightsaber. This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight. An elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
This lightsaber is my life.
When you're nearly 7 feet tall, you're pretty tough to miss in a crowd. But unless you're really good at recognizing piercing blue eyes, you'd be hard-pressed to recognize this famous Wookiee at the supermarket. He's a gentle giant, and he's joined by the considerably smaller but no less talented co-star from the upcoming series, The Acolyte. Give it up for Joonas, Suotamo, and Dean Charles Chapman! All right, wonderful. Thank you both so much for being here with us today. How excited are you to be at Star Wars Celebration? It's an amazing experience.
So excited. What's up?
Now, Dean, Joonas is no stranger to Star Wars, as just exemplified by that wonderful Shriwook. Have you asked him for any pointers?
Any pointers? Not necessarily. I guess I'd just have to look over at this guy on set, and seeing him in the full Wookiee outfit is kind of a dream come true, to be completely honest. Yeah.
Can you corroborate that? Did you give him any pointers? Maybe he's not remembering them.
Well, I told Dean, do as I do, not what I say. And he went far with that.
Fair, fair. And now both of you, I'm told, get to handle some lightsabers in The Acolyte. As someone who's always dreamed of swinging a lightsaber, what's it like to finally be doing it in a Star Wars show?
I got this one. It's like... Yep.
It's pretty good.
Perfect, no notes.
I will say that I was really surprised on how heavy they are. I mean, I'm not sure, like, these wicked ones out here, I'm not sure how heavy they are, but the ones that we had are surprisingly, like, you know, quite weighty.
Would you like to borrow one? I'm sure we can get you one from the crowd here.
No, I'm good. I wouldn't want to spoil it.
Okay.
They'll never get it back, so he's...
Yeah, I'll nick it.
That's fair. Now, Joonas, as a Jedi this time around, I'm just going to keep talking about it because I'm just so excited for you. I'm excited to see you as a Wookiee Jedi. Amazing.
A Wookiee Jedi?
A Wookiee Jedi.
Did you just say a Wookiee Jedi? It's so
it's unbelievable. The concept of this character coming in, it fascinated me, and I knew that people were gonna be excited when they heard about this whole show, and then when they hear about this character, I just knew that there was something special brewing here. And yeah, Kelnaka is a Wookiee Jedi, and he's and I can't wait to for you guys to see how because I wanted it to be different from Chewbacca, and so coming up with ways to differentiate between those two characters was an interesting challenge, and that's what I tried to do, and I hope that I did a okay job.
Definitely did.
Yeah. Now, behind the scenes, how has your training changed to become a Wookiee Jedi? I'm just going to keep saying those words together because I'm very excited.
Well, luckily we had the same stunt team as we had in Solo, so it was a familiar crew, and we had some awesome training partners with Dean and everybody else, and yeah, it was just fun getting to learn these things that we needed to learn, and I really wanted to learn because I was playing this video game about samurais, and I really wanted to try those moves in the saber arena. So I had some fun doing training. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was the game.
Got some fans. Got some fans here.
I was using a lot of wind stands. And also stone stands, but yeah, that's I went too far with that one, yeah.
Can we see that one? No, passing on that.
Oh, wait, what was that?
Can we see that? Stone stands.
Stone stands. I forget how stone.
Yeah, it's done. That's done. If we'd known you were going to do that, we could have moved the table. Could have just given you the whole room, whole ring.
Yeah, we'll have a panel about that tomorrow, yeah. About the stances.
Now, everyone here, I think, to a person, is a Star Wars fan. Yeah? Safe assumption in this crowd. What has your connection to Star Wars been growing up, and what's it like to be a part of it now?
I actually played the video games before I watched the movies. I was about 7 and I was playing a Star Wars Lego game, which I was obsessed with the video games. And then I remember I was at home one day and I was like, what should I watch? Lord of the Rings, Star Wars? Star Wars. Loved it. And just to be a part of Star Wars, and we've talked about the lightsabers and stuff, but it really is a dream come true. And working with people like Joonas as well, it couldn't be better.
Yeah, for me, I remember on VHS when I was young, I was watching the Mos Eisley Streets, and there was Chewbacca, and there was Luke Skywalker drinking blue milk. I thought it was blue oatmeal because I ate a lot of oatmeal as a kid, so I thought the Luke would similar. But it permeated my life because my dad was a huge Star Wars and Indiana Jones fan, and it was just always there, and it was so real, close to our world, but still there were spaceships and lightsabers and all these creatures that you didn't know. So that was the magical touch that really drew me in. And I remember when I was in college, my freshman year, I Googled, I got my first computer, my own computer, and I Googled who is inside the Chewbacca suit. And it was Peter Mayhew. And
one and only.
And so that was sort of a premonition of what was to come. And 10 years later, I was myself, putting on the suit with Peter Mayhew, and it's just been a fantastic journey. And I'm really glad that with this new show, The Acolyte, we can show something. An original story with this amazing cast, and with Neal Scanlon's Creature Workshop putting together yet another palette of awesome creatures, and we're just so lucky to be here right now.
Absolutely. And it's so wonderful to see you continuing the Wookiee tradition that Peter Mayhew started and creating all new characters with it. Is there anything that you both want to say to the fans out there? Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it.
That was very safe and spoiler-free. That was a little too
Trying to play it
safe,
safe,
sir.
Can't say too much.
I just wanted to ask everyone, can I get a... And also, can I get a... And one more time, everybody. Let's say it together. A Wookiee Jedi.
A Wookiee Jedi!
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Well, next time I see you both, I'm putting Dean on my shoulders and wearing a giant trench coat for the interview. Are you down for this? We're going to do that?
Definitely down.
And we might be almost as tall as you, like just barely. Thank you so much for coming by. Lots more fun to come right here on Star Wars Celebration Live. Be back in a moment.
With everything happening in the galaxy, StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars, all the time.
Never trust a pirate.
From exclusive reveals and breaking news to interviews with Star Wars luminaries, StarWars.com is the #1 destination for the saga we all love. And with an ever-evolving databank of Star Wars information from all eras, crafts, and quizzes, you'll never run out of Star Wars to explore. StarWars.com. It's all Star Wars, all the time.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. You want to meet some more cast members from the Acolyte? Come here. You people at home, you people in the audience. I won't make it weird, I promise. But come closer. Because I got you, fam. It's Jodie Turner-Smith and Rebecca Henderson.
Wow.
Welcome. Thank you. So excited to welcome you all out. Everybody, can we please get one more round of applause because they look... Now, can we talk a little bit about the characters that you're playing in the Acolyte? Well, you want...
Yes.
Yeah, we'll keep it vaguish. Jodie, can you tell us about your character?
Okay, well, let me try to talk about this without getting fired or murdered. So my character, you know, she's a powerful leader. She's a powerful leader. Yes. In a very woman-centered world, which I was very excited to kind of be in that, because I feel like Star Wars is very like patriarchal, so it was kind of cool to have like this sort of woman-centered figure.
I love to see it.
Oh. And you know, she's really sort of going through a struggle, because I mean, that's Star Wars, right? Like, we're going through a struggle. Yes. She's really kind of like in this sort of quandary, and that's sort of her journey is to kind of go through this struggle between two ideas.
Very nice.
We're gonna leave that one right there because I like in my heart I know Leslie is somewhere.
I know, I'm looking around for her, like, you know, such an actor, like looking around, like, is it okay? Did I do good?
Now, Rebecca, can you tell us a little bit about your character?
Yes, I play a Mary Allen, an elder Jedi master.
Now, Rebecca, like Charlie Barnett, you two worked with Leslie on Russian Doll. So what's it been like collaborating on Star Wars with her?
I mean, honestly, it has been so emotional. I'm shaking because watching Leslie, you know, from the very beginning, from her coming up with this idea, pitching this idea, having the show begin, and now we're still shooting and being here. I mean, it's been incredibly emotional, and I have cried many times today.
Well, you guys are doing great, and everybody out here is going to be so happy. And I'm emotional just knowing that you all are a part of this galaxy. It's so cool. Now, being cast in Star Wars, it's a big deal. How did you process the news that you were going to be in Star Wars? Let's start with you, Jodie.
You know, I don't think that I really understood the largeness of it. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you can't really take the time to think about it. Otherwise it becomes like really overwhelming. And I'm glad that I didn't like fully process it. It's like being here right now with all of you guys is me like letting it sink in. I'm like, holy fucking shit. Sorry. There's children here. I'm so sorry. Sorry for... I'll put money in everybody's swear jar after this.
No? Rebecca, how did you process it? Like,
I don't think I really processed it until my first day on set in the Jedi robes, green, and in a Jedi temple, which was actually built. And then I was like, huh, okay, yeah, this.
It's like you're playing Star Wars, but you're like, you're kind of LARPing Star Wars, but really making Star Wars.
Yes, it was like that.
There's something about the sets where it's like you walk onto set and you're like, oh, I'm in Star Wars. Yes. Like, this is Star Wars.
Yes, they practically built so much of it. It's not, you know, on the volume. It is built, and so we really are in the world. It's really very cool.
Huge hand-painted backdrops. Like, it's insane.
And on location as well, of course.
Yeah. Money, a lot of money.
Listen, we like high production values over here. Oh man, how must that have felt to walk into the temple? I don't know if you can say that.
Well, we might have had some different settings that we were walking
We shot
into.
some different things.
We were never on the same set, the two of us.
See, now we can go and figure that out. I would like to see 47 fan theories about why that is by the time we leave the stage.
Yeah, but it was overwhelming to walk onto the set and just, I mean, even like the smell of it, you're just like, you get the sense, like, even though obviously, and I mean, being here, you see all the different shows, all the different movies, but all of it somehow just feels like the same place, the same galaxy far, far away, like, for real.
How does your persona change when you actually get into that costume?
You know, I think it was Jack Nicholson who said, let the wardrobe do the acting. And so it's really, you know, there's so many, I want to say, artisans who create these looks for us. And I mean, my look, you guys saw, it was quite intricate. Were you guys, did everybody in here see? Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Okay, well, sorry, I wish you guys saw it too, but...
I got you, fam, be patient.
Ooh, maybe you will be seeing it at some point. But, you know, to put everything on and to see myself, you know, I felt sort of the gravity of it. You know, it just feels, I don't know, when you get in everything, it feels so important and so real and so like, woo!
It's so real. I have to say, what was it like seeing the audience reaction to the series that you just got to preview a little bit of? What was it like to see that audience reaction to you, to this story?
I mean, I cried. I already said that. It was it was cool to hear the different reactions when they saw different things, like, oh, and it was very, very special. And any roar of the crowd is like, it feels amazing, yeah. The fans are the best, I mean, they really are. I've been hearing about that.
Well, from me to you, welcome to the family. We are more than lucky to have you, so thank you very much. May this be the first of many Star Wars celebrations for you all. So thank you for joining us on stage.
Thank you.
Speaking of joining us on stage, we've got a gaggle of guests back there. You will not want to miss who's coming out of those blast doors today. Right here on Star Wars Celebration Live.
Well, in that case, what are we drinking?
Same for the goddaughter.
Dad told me you found something on a train during the war. A dial that could change the course of history.
Why are you chasing the thing that drove your father crazy?
Don't move. We need to get out of here. Stop! Sorry.
Helena! Dr. Jones, get him. Hitler made mistakes, and with this, I will correct them all. You stole it. Then you stole it.
And then I stole it. It's called capitalism.
This way!
Fasten your seatbelt. There might be some turbulence.
You've taken your chances, made your mistakes. And now, a final triumph.
Give him hell, Indiana Jones! A few times in my life, I've seen things. I've been tortured with voodoo. Been shot 9 times, including once by your father. Sorry! But I've been looking for this all my life.
Amazing trailer, isn't it? Absolutely amazing trailer. You know, 2 of our next guests are no strangers to Lucasfilm Productions. They've gone from either designing the Death Star to being integrated into the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. But now they can both be seen facing off against one another this summer in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Please give it up for Mads Mikkelsen, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, and the man tasked with keeping them in line, Director James Mangold. Look at these 2 right here in the front. They showed up to Star Wars Celebration dressed as Indiana Jones, just with their fingers crossed. With their fingers crossed, hoping y'all were gonna be here. How's it feel to be out here?
It's wonderful. It's
Fantastic.
Yeah, incredible. I gotta know, James. So you're sort of taking over director's duties from Steven Spielberg. No pressure, no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal.
What did you feel like you had to nail to both make this an Indiana Jones movie, a classic Indiana Jones movie, but also kind of make it your own movie and a movie that you're making with this new collaborative team?
Well, Steven's work is something, I mean, these movies are something I grew up with. I saw the first Indiana Jones in upstate New York when I was 17 years old, and it changed my life. Also, Steven's work and George's work has been a part of my life ever since I had a Super 8 camera in my hand, with my teens, so that in some ways, I felt like, yes, it's a big job taking over for Steven, and but in other ways, his style is something I've been studying and admiring all my life. So it was just a matter, and it's been a huge influence on my work even before I stepped into a movie like this. So I tried to just stay inside my own voice, but also, I mean, as I think people will see when they see the film, the first 25 minutes or so is me doing my very best to channel Steven 100%.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's impossible, I think, to be working in film today without being influenced or touched in some way by their work. So, yeah, I would imagine it kind of just gets in there no matter what you're doing. Okay, now's the part where I ask things and you say very little. Tell us about your characters.
Yes. This is Helena, and I play Jürgen Voller. I'm German. From the 30s, if that rings a bell. I'm also a scientist. I think that's all I'm allowed to say.
Great, perfect. That's actually about 15 words more than I thought you'd be able to. So we're doing good. Phoebe, how about you?
I play. Wow! Hi everyone. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. I play Helena, who is Indy's long-lost goddaughter, who comes back and gives him a bit of a fright later on in her life.
Yeah, and I know this is something that none of us can know the answer to right now, but we're all trying to figure out whose daughter you are. And there are so many theories. Have you been watching them? Have you found any of them interesting? This is something you also can't answer.
Absolutely can't answer. Yeah, sorry. No, you're gonna have to wait and see. But it's a wonderful revelation.
I can give you a hunch.
Whoa! Whoa! Complex, layered relationships in this one, everybody. No, but one of the things that I love about this is it is set, you know, a bit later on, right? One of my favorite things in the trailer is the scene, the shot of Indy sitting down next to a kid on the subway with a astronaut helmet on. And so things have definitely changed. How has the world sort of changed for Indiana Jones, and how do the two of you, I mean, you obviously come from Indy's past, we've seen.
Yeah.
But how do you all fit into this sort of like space age world now? Because we think of Indiana Jones as very like Republic serial World War II, you know?
I guess this is your time. It's not Indy's time, it's not my time. I think both Indy and Jürgen Voller are kind of lost in the past. Just look at the way they dress. But they also have dreams that has nothing to do with the present. 69 is just a phase, you have to get over it. Something better is out there. That's how my character sees it.
Got it. Well, it's a great point. You know, the 60s are a kind of huge period of change from a kind of, it's the arrival of modernism, it's the arrival of cynicism, it's the arrival of realpolitik and triangulation and wars where we're not even sure who we're rooting for anymore, and the Cold War and nuclear power and moon landings. And so one way or another, we were going to have to make a movie that took place in this period. So the movie is really interesting the way as it opens, and you find Indy, it's no longer fashionable, that kind of hero. And he kind of proves his worth again in the course of the movie. But the time period has a really interesting effect on the story, of course.
Did it allow you, I mean, obviously we think of globetrotting as well. Were there any fun locations that you all went to? Was there a favorite that you got to see? That once again, they're all doing this thing where it's like, we can't even tell you where we shot, man.
No, we went to Sicily, Morocco,
yeah.
And they were all, and Glasgow was extraordinary. Woo! Glasgow!
We love Glasgow.
Glasgow's energy is off the wall. It's incredible. They all were, actually. We were really blessed with these different incredible places. I loved Morocco. It was just a real, it was just such an immersive experience, and all the action sequences we did there were just, it really added to it, the fact that we were there.
Yeah. No, you were just like, yeah, Morocco was good. Yeah.
Morocco rocked. Yeah. No, I was a big fan of Sicily. There's something very Indiana Jones about Sicily. It was the roughness of the island. It was just like very much down the alley of what this film is all about, and the beauty at the same time.
And the food.
And the food.
My God, the pasta.
You're just planning half the film around like what y'all are going to be eating. I love it. Let me ask you this: this is not your first time working on a Lucasfilm production on something like this. What was it like coming back? Were there any tips that you had for people who were new working to this sort of crew and this sort of production?
Well, I mean, it's such an extraordinary thing working on movies that have this scale, and it's such a gift to be able to experience that. And I thought that I might be sort of a bit more prepared, having done Solo and seen something on that scale, but I wasn't. The marvel of it is extraordinary every single time, and you really feel like you are living the adventures. So there is something so beautiful about being able to feel like you're really in that world when you're on that set, because sometimes they're 360 sets, and you just look around, you're actually in a tomb, and you just can believe it. I feel like all that stuff really actually happened to me.
Was that an interesting experience, like a challenge for you, directing on the volume and in sort of those digital?
We never directed.
Never did volume.
No.
No.
We did real shit.
That's amazing. That's great. So.
I don't even know what volume is.
It's a miraculous LCD screen that creates a background behind you, and they don't have to build it.
Yeah, I did that.
We built it, or
yeah,
we went
you
there.
did that.
Yeah,
You've seen that, yeah, for sure. But not on indie. I love that. That's cool. Have you two seen your characters being cosplayed here yet?
This is the first room I'm in, so if anyone is my character, raise the hand.
Jürgen Voller cosplayer would scare me.
They should be careful.
I'm not sure we want to find him.
No, apparently not. No.
They're
not
out
today.
there. They're out there. Have you seen pictures of people cosplaying your characters?
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
I've seen something of you. Yes, little midriff tied, the mid-picture look.
Oh, I can't wait. Reveal yourselves.
It's amazing. Well, I want to ask you all, is there anything that you'd like to tell the audience, anything you'd like to say to the people at home about this movie? Anything you'd like to say to the fans before they go?
We hope you love it. We loved making it. I mean, it's not complicated. It was a real, it was a thrill, not just the scale of the movie, but to work with a legend like Harrison, producers like Kathy Kennedy, George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, and to have the miraculous John Williams at 91 years old writing a kick-ass score, 2 hours of music by that man.
Wow.
So fasten your seatbelts. We can't wait for you to see it.
Oh my gosh. We're all so excited. Thank you so much. James Mangold, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Mads Mikkelsen, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Anthony.
Everybody, it's happening. Oh, we got more to come from Star Wars Celebration Live. In just a moment, so stay right here. We are here at the Celebration Store, and I'm always very excited to be at the Celebration Store.
And I'm always very excited to shop.
So there you go. The big deal at the Celebration Store is, of course, that you can get all of these one-of-a-kind, really interesting Star Wars things that you can't get anywhere else. And this year, very much highlighting Return of the Jedi. And one of the things that you can get that I absolutely love is you can get the entire Max Rebo band as a set of plushies. Or, and this is important, Christina, you can get them separately In case you have a problem with Droopy McCool.
Oh, look. Are you a fan of football, both the kind you play with your feet and the kind you play with your hands? Well, you should get football jersey, but Star Wars.
And it's from Uro, a planet in the mid-rim. These are very good Ewok nesting dolls. I'm gonna go ahead and open these up and we're gonna say our favorite feature of each one of these Ewoks, okay?
Yeah.
All right, number one, very calm demeanor.
Very nice nostrils.
Number two, good smile. This one, television star.
Leaf. Very even, very cool. Oh.
Solid headwear. Quality hood, protection from the elements.
That was another one!
This one, teeniest, biggest heart. C-3PO. The best part of this being the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi is this is more love and respect than the Ewoks have gotten in 40 years, and I'm 100% here for it. I love the Ewoks. This is an Ewok terrarium. Imagine a regular terrarium, put an Ewok in it, surround them with plants. It's calming. What are you doing?
Why are you puzzled? Do you want to look cool at Star Wars Celebration? Are you also really prone to being very chilly?
And as always, we have a huge number of celebration-specific shirts. 46 exclusive shirts along this wall this year. Here are a few that I really love. Marva Andor, a shirt commemorating one of the finest monologues and pieces of acting in anything ever in the history of time. Period. Look it up. Number two, Kino Loy's Swim School. Is it too soon? No, absolutely not. He had 50 years to learn. Do you know what I mean? He lived on a beach planet, 50 years. And of course, I will not do my British accent. This is my vow to you all weekend long. But I do love this. She's gonna do it.
But I will. I'm gonna wear this jacket and I'm gonna get a nice cover.
Don't do that. We are once again this year joined by our friends at Enemy Inc. who are printing custom t-shirts all weekend long. And each day, there is a special limited edition shirt that you can get. And I happen to be printing the first preview of Sunday's shirt. And we have something very, very special for the holiday weekend. It's Jackson for Sunday. Do you get it? The Star Wars Celebration store. They haven't kicked me out yet.
But they still might.
One day, you're ripping apart starships on Therix, rolling your eyes at your best buddy Cassian. The next, you're tossing an improvised explosive device that literally sparks a rebellion. Please welcome to the stage, from Andor, Joplin, Sibtain, and Muhannad Bhaier. Hello, hello.
Hey, man.
Welcome to Star Wars Celebration. Is this your first time? Am I correct?
Yeah, man, I'm just trying to take it all in. This is incredible.
Yeah.
quite the crowd. A lot of Andor fans out there?
Come on.
Muhannad, I'll start with you because you look extremely prepared, and I think Joplin's still taking it all in. How did you prepare for this role and get into the headspace of your character, Wilman Pak?
You mean how I got the role, like auditioning-wise, or you mean for the character?
Once you got the role.
Oh, once I
How
got
did
it.
you prepare for that role?
I mean, as you know, in season 1, I was kind of in and out throughout the season, but episode 12 was like the makeshift for my character. And I think just knowing that losing my, spoiler, losing my father in season 1, in the end, that really helped me. And also, the Empire, man. Who likes the Empire? No?
Oh. Not a lot of Imperial fans in this crowd, as it turns out. Not a surprise. Oh, we do have a contingent, I see, towards the front.
Oh, God.
A contingent of Imperial fans, perhaps. Joplin, how about you? How did you prepare for the role of Brasso?
I usually play bad guys, so it was a bit of a leap for me to play somebody who's decent. Brasso's a reliable, solid, dependable guy. He's got no sides to him, he's just stand up. It's not that complicated, really. He's an uncomplicated person, so it's just about keeping yourself in check. He works in a breaker's yard, breaking up big ships, and I've done manual labor in the past in a building trade, so that felt like something I was kind of close to as well. He's a physical guy, which you don't get a hell of a lot in terms of scripts. You kind of get your bits. So you have to sort of pick the bones from that. You don't really hear what people are saying about you, which is a big part of developing a character. It's just about finding those sort of attributes and trying to play them as closely as you can or bring them to yourself,
Yep, Brasso is a real one. He is a rock-solid friend to Cassian.
Yeah, you can build your house on Brasso. He's there for you, He's got your six, as they say in America, it's like...
You need an alibi, you call Brasso.
Yeah, he'd never let you down.
You need your car pushed out of a ditch, you call Brasso.
And as I say, it was really difficult for me to approach that kind of role, because it's not me at all. But it's good to play good people. And actually, they're trickier to play in a way, because villains are easier to go to, But I usually get villains, and they're great fun to play villains. But also, it's nice to play somebody who's on the straight and narrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Muhannad, aside from the Star Wars of it all, what drew you to this project of Andor?
What do I truly love the most? Pardon? So I couldn't hear.
What drew you to the project of Andor?
I mean, how lucky am I to be here right now, man? Am I going to say no to this? I'm really thankful and grateful to being a part of this story. And to be a part of this universe, man, and alongside all the fans here, man, I'm so lucky, man. So lucky to be here.
Joplin.
Yeah, if I'm really honest, actors don't tend to choose their careers too much. You get an audition, and you go out for the role, and you hope you get the job, and that's all that happened. It is just such a privilege to be part of the world. It's slightly overwhelming because you don't know about all of this, and there's this incredible family. And of all the franchises, these are the best fans, right? They have to be. They're extraordinary.
They agree. Muhannad, your character literally lit a fire for the rebellion. Once again, a spoiler. Sorry for anyone here who hasn't seen Andor yet. What was it like for you playing the role?
Incredible, man. Wilman Pak in season 1, he's a 16-year-old kid who's just, trying to live a normal life alongside of his father as a mechanic. And then the Empire come along, try to take over the planet, and that is what lights a fire in Wilman. He can't have that. He can't have that happening. Come on. No way.
Now, Brasso, I know, is just on the straight and narrow. So I won't ask you a similar question because we know Brasso's just, he is a house on fire, but for his friends, for his family, he'll protect the people of Ferrix. Speaking of being on set for Andor, Muhannad, did you get to keep that cool Star Wars-ified hoodie that you had on the show?
Unfortunately not. I wish I had, and I remember seeing when the first trailer, the teaser came out, loads of fans were like, "Is that boy wearing a hoodie? Is this the first time we see a hoodie in Star Wars?" And I was like, "Well, if I'm the first person to wear it, I'll take that as a W. I'll be happy to be the first person to wear that." But unfortunately not. They're too strict for that. So, yeah.
Did either of you get to keep anything from set?
No, you get cavity search when you leave that place, They got these at security, even the tags on the costumes,
Yeah, all code-named and very carefully curated at the end of each day to make sure you didn't just pocket any pieces, I guess, any props. All right, wonderful. Before we wrap up, is there anything that you would like to say to all of these fans amassed here today?
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's what I can say, man. Thank you.
Well, and thank you so much for spending some time with us all today. Stick around, more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in a moment.
Think you know every era of Star Wars? Think again. The High Republic Show is the only show on the internet that takes you behind the scenes of this exciting new chapter in the Star Wars saga.
There was just a clear sense of this is going to be exciting.
Guess where the High Republic's going next, guys?
Every other month, the High Republic Show recaps the ongoing story, talks to the creators making this era possible, the fans that can't get enough, and brings you brand new, never-before-seen exclusives that will blow your mind.
Yes, that's right. By watching the High Republic Show, you'll go from an average, everyday Star Wars fan to this. An esteemed Jedi Master ready to protect the galaxy. So what are you waiting for? Check out the High Republic Show today.
Our next guest has been working on Star Wars as part of the Lucasfilm development team for years. Now she's producing the new series, The Acolyte. Please welcome my friend and yours, Rayne Roberts. Welcome.
Hi, nice to see you.
You too. I love seeing you. It's such a joy for me. Yay. Now let's talk. What's it like working with Leslie on this series?
Leslie's like a dream come true filmmaker that you get to meet when you're working on Star Wars, because I had been tracking her independent films for a while, watching her films at Sundance. And when she came in, the first time I met her, when she came in my office and seemed to know everything about Star Wars, I was truly shocked. And just so pleasantly surprised, because she also immediately pitched me this incredible emotional story that was very personal to her that fit inside the Star Wars mythology. So that's kind of like the gold star of a filmmaker that you get to work with. And she's an absolute delight. We have a lot of fun. It's like working with your friend. And there's lots of hugging and crying and pushing each other, but it's been really, really fun.
I love that. And I love it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays into what we see as far as the relationships on screen as well.
Absolutely, you're going to totally see all of that. It's just very dear to her, and it's been a pleasure to witness her bring this to life and to support her through her journey, like making this like kind of like a masterpiece really for her. So I think people love it.
Now, how do you go about creating the feel of Star Wars in a new era that we've never seen before in live action?
Well, one of the things I've had the pleasure to learn from working under Kathy for all these years is like you just get the best people you can get. So in terms of like building out this world, we were really lucky to get Kevin Jenkins, who was the production designer on Rise of Skywalker and also has been a concept artist at ILM and Lucasfilm on a lot of our films for years and years. And he was just really excited to like create a new world, a new era that's distinct from what you've seen before. And then we've just got the best costume designers that were looking at the drawings inside the High Republic book series. We've got an amazing hair and makeup team. Everyone that's come on, all of our HRDs are just very enthused about this new opportunity to take from the mythology, take what we know, but add, like, as George Lucas likes to say in Doug Chang, like 20% more new to make it feel a little bit different, but also of the world that we all know. So I think you'll be excited to see some of the colors that we use in our spaceships, and you'll obviously see the costumes of the Jedi are referencing the High Republic era, but all of it is really fresh, and we just had a really great team.
Now, what about the Acolyte are you most excited for the fans to see?
For me, I think what I'm excited for the fans to see is we have the best cast that anyone could ever ask for. They are truly, truly remarkable. Like the work they put into their performances, into building out their characters, and as they talked about earlier in Celebration Stage, the stunt training and all of the things they've learned is so incredible to watch. And I think all of them, I mean, everyone is just at the top of their game, and they're also a beautiful friend group too. So I think that's what you guys will enjoy seeing the most is the cast.
Absolutely. And just the dynamic we've seen so far today, just the dynamic between Rebecca and Jodie, and between Charlie and Dafne, and you and Leslie, your friendship, I'm really excited for what we're going to see on the screen, and I'm just always really excited to talk to you. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Thanks to all the Star Wars fans for being here. I love you guys.
And we've got lots more to come from Star Wars Celebration in just a moment.
Hey, man.
How you doing? Good to see you.
I'm good. What are you doing? Can you take that off?
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing? Let me carry on running.
I'm doing what? Can I take this for you?
Thank you very much.
What are you doing, man?
Well, I'm back again. Star Wars show, Star Wars Celebration. So yeah, Ches Allenson, the running Stormtrooper Run, from stormtrooperrun.com, and I do silly things for children's charities. So this weekend I'm running 100 kilometers over Star Wars Celebration. So I'm doing 25 kilometers a day, 5Ks a day, to raise money for Make-A-Wish and Spread a Smile. Because why not?
Why not? Why not? But okay, why not? Yes, that I understand. Why not? Do it. But how did you even begin doing this?
Okay, so when I turned 40, I did my first marathon. I loved it. So I thought I want to do it again, raise some more money for charity. Star Wars, Stormtrooper, why not? So got myself a Stormtrooper costume, did a marathon, and it became a little bit addictive, raising money, fundraising for poorly children. So it's just grown and grown ever since.
That's amazing. And if people are here at the show, they can drop by. There's a way to donate, but if they're not at the show, they can donate as well.
We've got some incredible incentives at the show for people to donate. So I've got some fantastic prizes donated by Official Pics and Prop Store if people were here. But for those people at home, and I really, really hope that you recognize the pain and suffering, if you go to stormtrooperrun.com, there's a donate button, and all the money goes to charity. And given COVID and everything else, the children need it more than ever before. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely amazing. Thank you for doing this, Jez, and also
I'm not gonna ask you how this thing gets cleaned.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm not gonna do it, Jez. I'm not gonna, because we're all fascinated, but I don't think we actually want to hear it.
Yeah.
Just go to stormtrooperrun.com.
Absolutely, thank you.
Here, have this back.
Brilliant. Nice to chat to you.
Yeah, you too.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Star Wars.
The Abrams and Chronicle Books booth, and I'm here with my new friend Maureen and my old friend, The Art of Star Wars, The High Republic. How are you, Maureen?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Can you tell me a little bit about my old friend and our Art of series over here?
Yes, of course. We have your book, which is absolutely amazing.
Thank you. I agree, but you know, I'm a little biased, just like a smidge.
The Art of Book series is just all about the experts, really, just talking about their love for Star Wars. Yours is just amazing, and we have all of the rest of the books, The Mandalorian, The Force Awakens, so, you know, if you're missing one of them, just come and grab it.
This is the place. This is the place to go, yes.
We also have those lovely Star Wars puzzles.
Oh, I love those.
1,000 pieces, and they're double-sided, so you get the Millennium Falcon, the inside, also.
Oh, it's the blueprint.
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool. All right.
Same thing with the Death Star.
All
Amazing.
Right. Will I learn how to build a Death Star if I build that puzzle?
Maybe. You can
All
try.
right.
You
All
can
right.
try.
We're gonna put a disclaimer at the bottom on that
Yes.
part.
Well, don't say I said it.
There you go. Maureen didn't say it. You didn't hear it first. It's fine. It's good. All right, wonderful. What else do we have here?
We have the wonderful Jeffrey Brown books.
These are some of my favorites.
It's so good. The Darth Vader and Son and Friends and Goodnight Darth Vader. If you want a little like goodnight story.
It's like a bedtime story with Daddy Darth Vader. Yeah.
Yeah. What's not to like?
Yeah. He's the best dad, right? Best dad in Star Wars?
Maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm biased.
Sure, I can tell you love him, but also there's the Mandalorian.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
True.
yeah. He's given Darth a run for his money. Even though Darth tucks his children in, he lets them play around on the Death Star, apparently, you know, like normal. Normal dad stuff. All right.
Exactly.
What else do we have?
We have the wonderful Ridley's games with Cute Loot, Don't Upset the Wookiee, a Han Solo Solitaire, and a bunch of Mandalorian, Stay on Target with, again, Darth Vader.
Your friend Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm sensing a theme here, a trend.
And the Death Star.
Oh, love it.
So those are wonderful gameplays for 8+. They're amazing. The artwork is just incredible. It's like they do it all themselves, so you won't get any like things like that anywhere else.
Do you mind if I come back a little bit later and just sign my name in some of these books?
Of course. You're going to be there today and on Monday, aren't you?
I believe so.
We have a couple of gameplay for the Ridleys on Monday, and we have wonderful Kristen in today and on Sunday. And we also have Amy for the Women of the Galaxy, and Jake today with, thank you, with BB-8.
Yes. So if you're here, multiple signings.
Exactly.
And if you're not here, these books are available online.
Yes, they are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the tour, Maureen. And stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration Live.
Welcome to the floor here at Star Wars Celebration Live Europe, and I am with Max from Jazwares. Hello, Max. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm actually very excited because I've joined you at a good moment because there's a world-exclusive reveal about to happen, right?
That's right. We're about to reveal the first Starship class from Series 4 and the Assault class from Series 4 live right here at Star Wars Celebration for the first time in the entire world.
It's pretty exciting, right, everybody? Yeah, everybody here? That is the sound of excitement.
Like to hear. That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get into it. World exclusive, Max.
You want to do the countdown? Let's do it together, all right?
From
all right.
30?
No. 30.
5? 10?
Yeah,
what are we going
five,
for?
5.
5, okay.
All right. Are you ready with me now? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! Bring him out. All right, so we've got the Assault Class AT-AT Walker. Oh, you like the Millennium Falcon? You are going to love the AT-AT Walker. This thing has 12 points for articulation in its legs. It's got lights, it's got sounds, it's got an opening side section with 4 unique play areas. It's got light-up chin cannons. It's got a light up front section. The batteries are not working on this one right now, apparently, but I promise you they will work. We have articulated neck, got rationing joints. As I said before, the side opens up. Oh, we've got playpad. We've got a speeder bike garage in the back. We've got a working transport crane that can lower it to the ground, an opening cockpit, and it all comes with 5 microfigure accessories available this fall from Jazzwares. And then, not to be outdone, for Return of the Jedi's 40th anniversary, we've got the Imperial Shuttle. It's got a pop-up entry blank. It's got retractable landing gear. And get ready for this clicking sound. Oh, it's got awesome wings that fold down, cannons that fold up. It's got an opening cockpit, and it wouldn't be the Emperor's transport without, Emperor Palpatine himself and 2 royal guards in a throne room setting. $29.99 coming this fall from Jazzwares. Who's excited? Come on, all right. Woo!
I think they're excited. Very impressive, even without the batteries. Still impressive. So just imagine when the batteries are in.
Exactly.
The excitement levels will be through the roof.
You know what? I mean, it's really cool to see this thing by itself. It's cool to see it in this glass case, but I think we really want to showcase something special over here.
There's a second reveal, right?
Oh, yeah, there's a second reveal. You guys ready? All right, let's do another countdown. You want to lead us off?
We're going with 5?
We're doing 5.
All right, from 5.
All right, you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Max, talk us through this.
Oh, all right. So this is the Battle of Hoth, obviously. We've got 2 incredible AT-AT walkers. They're flanked by amazing AT-ST scout walkers. We've got a few snow speeders, one of which is intending to take down an AT-AT. We've got the Millennium Falcon planning a daring escape, and is backed up by 2 snow speeders. And unfortunately, one snow speeder has made a bit of a crash landing. Really exciting. Love the diorama work here, and it really does showcase what is really special about Micro Galaxy Squadron, right? Is that you're building up your squadron, you're building up your fleet, you're taking all these vehicles, kind of combining them together in a way that's never really been possible before. These things are scaled, 196 scale. They've got included microfigure accessories, so you can really build out the battle at a really affordable price point.
It's pretty incredible. So Max, here at the Jazzwares stand, you'll be here all weekend?
I'll be here all weekend, and come by with any questions. Say beep boop, and maybe you'll get a little prize.
Oh, okay, we all like prizes. Max, thank you for sharing these reveals with us.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure.
No, you're welcome. The pleasure was all ours, so stay tuned to Star Wars Celebration Live. Lots more to come.
In Andor, she's cold, ruthless, and undeniably British, but in reality, she's actually warm, kind, and undeniably Irish. Joining her is an actor whose character had plenty of parental issues because Star Wars, and they've brought with them the suspiciously well-connected mechanic. Here from Andor, Denise Gough, Kyle Soller, and Adria Arjona.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi, everyone.
My
God.
How are you guys?
Oh my gosh.
This is going to be quite hard to focus.
I know, there's a lot going on.
Wow, this is amazing. Okay.
I've got sort of baby squirrel brain, so I'm like all over the place when I'm out here.
Yeah, head on a swivel, head on a swivel.
Oh, well, welcome. It's lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
It was wonderful to see just a little bit of a preview of Andor Season 2 this morning. Did y'all see it? It's very good.
We watched it for the first time while we were up there, so that was pretty exciting. So we watched it with you guys.
Wow. How'd it feel seeing it?
It's amazing to see it again. It feels like forever.
You saw it already?
No, to see the show again.
Oh, to see the show. I was like...
To see the show again. It feels like so long since it's been out, and to actually see all the characters and all the new stuff they're doing and all the.
And we don't really see each other a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Like, so you get to see all the people that you work with do their thing as well. So I'm so excited. I'm such a fan of my own show. It's great.
Well, I loved the first season of Andor so much, and your three characters in particular are so.
Yeah, but
wonderful.
who was your favorite? I mean, come on.
Biggs. It's
jokes.
Oh my gosh, look over there. No, no, but I love all of your characters for different reasons, and I mean the one thing that is common to all of them is they're very unique for Star Wars characters. They're not sides of Star Wars characters we normally get to see, like. The crushing mundanity of working for the Empire is something very kind of newish, right? In the classic films, when most people think about Star Wars, they think about like, well, if you work in the Death Star, you probably know you're a bad guy, right? Like that's the long time joke about Star Wars. But if you work in a cubicle or in an office, you maybe don't know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's to see behind the scenes and, like you said, find actually the drama in the mundane of it. And also it's so, because it's written so well, you don't really know whose side to be on, even though you're aware it's the Empire. Like it always really struck me that people kind of loved Dedra to begin with, and then it was like, sorry, she's super evil. You know, but all the way through those early episodes, they were like, oh, she's like a woman in a man's world, and it's really hard for her, and you go, girl. And then it was like, hey, Bix, so sorry, but just a little torture.
You realize after like a few episodes of rooting for this person, it's like, oh, I don't want her to get promoted because that means she's right and she's going after everybody, and this is horrible.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I love about Bix is like, you know, classic Star Wars. When my family thinks about Star Wars and watches like the movies, they think about, well, okay, the Empire catches you, and then somebody with a lightsaber comes, and you're good. And we don't often get to see like the long-term effects of what the Empire can do to somebody. And so it was rough to watch Bix go through it.
I know. Thanks, girl.
I think it bonded
Really appreciated
them.
that one.
She needed it.
She helped you be your best self.
Yeah, you had an awakening as a result of what happened.
That is very true. Yeah, I think
Happy to help.
You become sort of like a survivalist living under the Empire, and I think that's what Bix sort of is. She had to survive, and I think in season 2 that's kind of the exciting part, and I cannot wait. I wish I could say it all.
Go ahead, it's fine.
All right, should I? Why not? There's like so much time happens by the time that we catch up in season 2, and then there's so many little increments of time that passes throughout season 2. So I'm just excited for everyone to see the development and the growth of every character. I think you'll get to see like 3 different versions of every character in season 2. And for me, it's super exciting because, you know, we left Bix off season 1 in such a dark and torturous place. That this time around, I think you'll get to see a very different version of her.
Yeah. Kyle, for you, my card just says, what's it like to play a jerk?
Ouchie.
Yeah, I've been asking myself that same question for a year and a half. Yeah, man, it's really hard. It's like, no, it's been fun because he's his own worst enemy, and he's so conflicted, and he is such a job's worth, and he is such a wannabe superhero.
Yeah.
And feels that he's these delusions of grandeur where he feels like everybody is failing before him, and in many cases they are, and he really just wants to do a good job, and he wants to be the best son for his mother as well. And it's just like, it's very touching, but it's very conflicted, and he doesn't actually know what he wants. He's really unformed, he's not an adult yet, in my opinion. And seeing that side of the Empire, of this just like absolute boring mundanity of like the Empire finding its feet, becoming the bloated sort of large structure that we find in A New Hope, and Cyril sort of navigating his way through the like weird corporate structure of that is like, I started reading those scripts. I was like, what? This isn't Star Wars. This is like, and then he's having cereal with his mom.
Dude,
I
was just the cereal thing. Yeah.
It's all about the cereal. The characters in the cereal. Like,
If you had told me 2 years ago that one of the most stressful Star Wars scenes I'd ever see in my life is just a dude eating cereal
With his mom, man.
He's just living at home and he's got to eat cereal.
The struggle is real for Cyril. It's like it's hard, man. It's hard being a jerk. Yeah.
But this is what I love is because like you start out rooting for Dedra and then you're like maybe not Dedra, and you really hate Cyril, and then you sort of find a little bit of like, oh, I feel for the guy a little bit, but it's nice that they keep reminding us every few episodes just how bad these people can be.
They're all bad people.
They're all bad people.
Yeah, and even the heroes are so multifaceted and dark and a bit not awesome as well. So, I mean, that's the strength of Tony
Yeah, it's writing,
Gilroy,
great
right? He
writing.
created these characters who are not just good or evil. They're very conflicted and sit in the middle.
They kind of all live in the gray.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I love, one of the things that I love about Bix is she's also surrounded by people who are like not the best, but doing their best in their own way, and her constantly having to make choices about like, am I going to go to bat for this person again? Am I going to like support this person again? Is it really worth it to like have this good heart? It's like, it's got to be an intense thing to play.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to play someone as good as Bix. I'm like, girl, just quit, man. Quit it, you're too good.
Yeah.
You're too good.
That dude is a bad boyfriend. That dude is a bad friend. Yeah.
Yeah. I think she stands up for her people, and I don't. It's specific to Bix, but I think it's also specific to Ferrix. I think if you're from Ferrix, there's something culturally inside of you that you protect one another, you look out for one another, you're constantly trying to figure things, you're constantly trying to survive. So when a friend asks for your help, you help the person, even though you know that it's going to be to your own detriment.
Yeah.
And Bix was very aware that sending that message was gonna spiral things, because that's kind of what Cassian does, right? He means so well, and sort of things kind of there's always something behind the curtain.
Yeah.
But that's her friend. They grew up together, and I think Bix looks up to Marva. If she wants to be like anybody, is like Marva.
Yo,
And
we all want to be like Marva.
Marva,
though.
yeah.
Yeah,
We
man.
all want to be like Marva.
100%.
Even Marva, when she's dead, we aspire to be, because she gets turned into a brick that then smashes someone in the face.
Yeah,
you know.
That's focus.
Oh, so good. Never gives up. So
Dedication, Marva.
pre-planning. Yeah.
That episode was so wonderful, and I think that's something that's so wonderful about the series as a whole, is there are multiple times during that episode where I was like, that's the best monologue that's ever been given in Star Wars. That's some of the best dialogue that's ever been spoken in Star Wars. And I feel like Andor is like that all the time.
Because it's Tony and Bo and Dan. They are, I mean...
Big time.
It's such a gift. And when you read them, like when you're in the privileged position of being allowed to read the scripts, like when I signed up, I read the first 3 episodes and I'm not even in them. So usually I'm like, I'm out if I'm not in the first 3. But I read the first 3 episodes and I thought, oh, this is magic. This is like old school storytelling where you're just going to focus on the setup. Like he sets it up in those first 3, and then he kind of takes it home in the last, and in the center he just gives you all the meat. It's amazing to get to work on something like that. I mean, his dad won a Pulitzer Prize and everything. You know, this guy is from writing stock. So yeah, it's a gift of a job in every way.
Yeah.
I have to ask, you two particularly have maybe the most clocked runtime of any Star Wars, sci-fi maybe, of just cold, dead staring. Cold, dead staring. Yeah. You two have some of the best, just like...
Yeah, but it was my favorite. I can't even tell you. I remember asking for another take so that I could do this. And just
the eyebrows!
I have wanted to do that on any show my whole life. I was like, oh, please, can I do that thing where you look up and it's all really dramatic and then you just raise a tiny bit of your eyebrow. And then it just became like, what else can I make twitch?
And I just asked to not speak. And just stare. That's easier for me.
It's just easier for me if I
cleaner.
don't have to read things and can just show up and stare. That'd be great. No, I have to ask, so everybody doesn't really come together until later in the season. So when the two of you come together and it's just staring contest time.
It's going to be amazing.
How was that?
But that was our first day. It was our first time ever working together, and it was our first scene that we shot of the whole thing, and then we worked backwards. I mean, it was, I'm trying to find ways. Yeah, and I was really concerned. I was like, what, so Dedra gets saved? Like, I don't want that to happen. And then we thought, well, Dedra can get saved, but she doesn't have to be happy about it. So we figured out that she would go in the room and find the most dangerous looking object and like put it up against his neck. But then it was just me and Kyle like this.
Yeah, having a standoff.
It was so brilliant.
Yeah, it turned out amazing.
I'm saying that as
y'all
like,
stared for a long
I'm
time.
not being
but,
arrogant.
Like the emotion of the scene, like really ran through like the whole spectrum. Did I pick up on like a moment? Was there a moment? Was there like a moment?
Who knows?
Was there a moment? Was there a moment? Did you? Was there like a moment? Was there a moment? Was it,
Yeah,
did
you hope there's a
did you-
moment.
Did you?
And if you pay me enough, I'll tell you. Just meet me out there. I'm easy to get information out of.
Yeah. I told my 7-year-old nephew everything, so
Yeah.
Find him. He's out there somewhere.
People in our families know the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. There's so much that Cyril wants from Dedra that, and I think they're after the same object, which is Cassian. An
She
objective,
represents a lot to him.
Oh, there's so much aspirational qualities. I mean, he wants to be in the ISB. I mean, that's the best thing that could ever happen to him. And her tailoring is impeccable.
And she's just like, how is it him? Oh, God. Trying to compute that I then have to be grateful. Like, Dedra has to... And what I love, though, is Tony didn't write her saying, thank you. He said... She says, I suppose I should thank you. And
yes.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
And when he says you don't have to,
You don't
she's
have
like,
to.
oh, thank God. Okay, right, what do we do now? We have to leave this 7 minutes in heaven. That's what we call that little closet now.
So what was it like, like you're saying, everybody was kind of off in their own corner. You know, you're working with one or two characters throughout the entire season. What was it sort of like for you at the end of the season when everybody was sort of coming together in the same place?
Oh, it was, I mean, first you get to see, other people's work and kind of get to know the characters. I read the scripts multiple times and I knew these characters, but then seeing them sort of created or having them come alive in front of me was pretty great. I didn't actually interact, so I don't interact with your character at all, but we got to have that one scene, and I remember it was towards the end.
Somebody was clapping for that scene, and you're allowed. You are always allowed to clap.
Definitely allowed.
Definitely. Because this woman right here is so brilliant, and she just took over the room. It's true. I mean, you all watch the scene. You all know I'm not lying.
Yeah, but you had to watch it like 150 times.
And I was fascinated by it every single time. It was so well done. And just to see her and meet Dedra for the first time was really cool. And then to watch the show.
But it's also, I will tell you, it's not easy as an actor to sit when somebody else is doing all the walking and talking, and Adria had to sit for that whole day giving absolutely everything in every moment. And I thought, God, she's just really... Some actors, when they're not on camera, they don't do anything, believe me. But you did everything all the time. It was such a gift. And I'm a show-off, so I loved it.
I mean, it really does seem like from top to bottom, everybody on this show just really loves each other's work and respects each other so much.
I mean, it never... I'm backstage with, the two guys that you had on before. I'm in awe of everyone's work all the time, and to get to have them all as my peers, as people, my colleagues, I'm like, I can't believe I'm in a show that is this good, but also it's Star Wars. Like, it's introduced. I never knew any of this, and now I'm obsessed.
We got another one. We got another one.
Seriously, I mean, it's just the world that is kept alive and created by this whole, like, fandom. Is that what it's called? Like
I'd say family,
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
like,
it's a huge thing that you just think, oh my God, it's because of all of this that we get to be here, you know? But for me, I got to work with also the best theater actors in London that I've worked with for years. Like Kyle's work I've known for years on stage. And then I get to be there, and Fiona Shaw, who's been in my life for a long, like Genevieve. I mean, Genevieve. Are you kidding me? What Genevieve?
So amazing.
So amazing.
Oh,
Mon Mothma's couch of sadness in her apartment, where every time somebody sits on that couch, I'm just like, oh no.
Oh no, it's coming.
I need her apartment
Yeah.
in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, impeccable. Well, we are so excited to have you all as part of the Star Wars galaxy. We love Andor so much. We're excited for this.
What do we
No,
get to do with
Denise,
this
Denise.
stuff?
You almost made it. No, Denise, you almost made it the whole
Step away
interview.
from Adria.
Denise, thank you so much for hanging out. Please, applause for Denise, Gough, Kyle Soller, and Adria Arjona. More from Star Wars Celebration coming right up.
Who wants
to
come
No,
and be tortured?
no.
It's your own fault.
Oh my God.
This is the way.
I love this song. It's so cool. Doesn't it just make you feel like you want to party? You know why? Because it's celebration. Now, there's probably an old joke in Star Wars somewhere that starts off with a moth, a magistrate, and a Mandalorian armorer walk into Navarro. What that punchline is, we may never know. Or we'll find out right now. Please welcome from the Mandalorian, Giancarlo Esposito, Carl Weathers, and Emily Swallow!
This is
wow.
bonkers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hello.
Why is it that I feel like I've come home?
Wow.
Oh.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I feel so rude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you get my back. You love that, don't you? Oh man.
There's a large amount of charm on this stage right now. It's beautiful to see.
There you go. How's that? That's a little better. Good grief.
Oh, thank you all so much for joining me today. It's so great to have you.
Thank you, London. Thank you, UK. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold on. I know we have a schedule here, but Giancarlo gave me a great idea.
You guys better send me those pictures. I don't have my phone.
You guys are about to be on Carl Weathers' Instagram.
Ease the moment. Okay, come on, let's go. Oh yeah. Keep going, don't slow down. Okay, now I feel welcome. Thank you so much.
You were the first person to do it. I've been so excited for somebody to get comfortable, truly.
You know, at this point in time, I gotta relax, baby.
Wait, I just realized
I am
where
here
we
for
are.
it.
I did not even look at where the heck we are.
Yes.
You guys, what do you want me to make you?
There you go, the armor.
Right here.
We did this for you,
like
Emily.
Is this like a new show that we're having?
Whoa.
This is the way, Emily.
At home with the armorer. We're gonna interview. I'm gonna make you some new armor while we're talking. What does everybody want? You get an armor. You get some armor. You get some armor.
Listen, I don't even have to welcome them because they truly are already at home.
Yes, by the way, this reminds me a lot of my grill at home, okay? All the hamburgers and hot dogs are done right on something like this. The armorer can come over and pound them with their hammer.
It's
do
a
all
meat
kinds of
tenderizer.
shaping, and man, this is cool. Whoever built this set, let's give them a round of applause.
Let's hear it for our prop builders. What's it been like for you all to... All right. What's it been like to just be a part of Star Wars for you all this last couple of years? It's the Mandalorian. You all are... The reception to you all, just the joy that you have in being a part of it is just really palpable. And for you, Carl, what's been a great part of this for you, being a part of Star Wars?
Wow. Well, yeah, sure. I'll tell them. We are all really, really, really fortunate because these two people, Emily and Giancarlo, have been working for so long, as have I. You don't have an opportunity, let alone have the success that this show has had. And to be a part of that, first of all, is spectacular. But on the other side of it is, just as an entertainer, as an actor, to be able to work with people of this caliber who turn in the kind of performances they do, and that you all love them, means I just want to work with them more and more and more, because if I'm in a scene with them, then you're going to love me too. Self-centered.
Hi, Giancarlo.
Hi.
Where you been this season? Where you been this season?
Where have I been?
Yeah.
I've been cooking up some stuff. Yeah, you know, I've been in the woodshed trying to figure it out. But I'm coming with it all. Oh yeah, baby.
One of my greatest moments from Celebration last year was sitting on the stage with you, and you gave one of the most rousing, heartwarming speeches that I've ever heard. Go look it up online. It was beautiful. And
Well, you know, look, to extend on what Carl said, this is a dream come true. To get to do what you love to do, and everyone in this room can achieve that. To be able to create, to be able to be on fire, to be able to be excited, to be able to be enthused, to be able to be inspired by your co-creators, each and every one of them. This is a dream come true, because believe it or not, you dream your biggest dream, your deepest dream, your highest dream, and you do that every day, and before you know it, it's right at your front door. That's all I know.
Now, Carl, Grief's role and your role as a director have evolved over the years and over the seasons. What's that been like for you to... I mean, The Foundling was fantastic. If you haven't seen it, get on it. Just...
By the way, The Foundling was all about Grogu. Grogu put money in my pocket, so I made him look good.
What's that transition been like for you?
Transition. It feels like a very long transition since I've been directing since '93. You know, it just takes what it takes. But no matter what you do, and I think Giancarlo really expressed it really well, it's not just about the dream for me, it's about the quality of the dream, it's how you dream the dream, which will ultimately, hopefully, allow you to deliver in the way that you manifested through the way you dream the dream. So the transition, if you will, is still ongoing. I feel like there's decades and decades and decades more to go. And learning, learning the craft, being able to watch all the great directors that I've ever either worked with and or observed their work, and working with great material and working with great actors. Man, that's a part of the dream. So the transition is ongoing. I'm just having a damn good time doing what I'm doing,
We're having a good time watching it.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
This season, we've seen the armor evolve from a recurring guest to a supporting cast member. What's it been like for you to take on this role and a larger role in this story?
I love that she's getting a little more involved in people's business. And that she's not somebody to force things on anybody. But she is gently suggesting in a little more suggestive way, which I think is great. And I like it. I like that she's making some new friends. I like that she's making some new armor in Carl's episode. It was a great joy to make some more gigantic armor for Grogu. Can we talk about that? I mean, I thought he was gonna fall over when I put it on him. Can he really walk around wearing that thing?
If you force him to.
He can do, he can do anything. Oh,
if you force him to? Ooh.
Come on! You knew what this was. No, let's see. Emily, I'm going to ask you again. Did you think that your line, "This is the way," would take on such cultural significance within the fandom?
Holy cow, this is the way.
Let's hear it!
Yay!
I mean, no, I had no idea. And I have to tell you, anytime someone brings me something to sign, a poster or something, and one of my other castmates has signed it, say, like, I don't know, Carl. And Carl has signed it, and he has written, "This is the way."
What can I say? Emily said it, it is the way, okay?
Yeah, I say, I'm the one that said that first. And how dare he take that from me? But I let him have it.
I just copy the best.
I let him have it.
I always copy the best.
Sincerest form of flattery. Yes. Giancarlo, we know how your character feels about Grogu, but how has it been for you working with Grogu?
That child is absolutely enchanting. I mean, you can't, undeniably so. I mean, what a great scene partner to have. My interaction, my first conversation with Jon Favreau, when I met the child back then, before he was even, or she was even Grogu, I said, "This is the star of the show, and I want every scene with that child." Cutest child ever.
It's one of my favorite things on Instagram is following your adventures with people bringing Grogu to meet you.
It's really been quite exciting. People put babies in my arms at certain events dressed as Grogu, and it's just the sweetest, cutest thing.
Now, Carl, Grief is really coming to his own this season. Is it more fun to play this character now that my question is, how is it now that he has more swagger? How is it to play him with your own swagger?
Okay, I'm really, it's just terrible that I've got my back to you the whole time.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer the question if I may. I would have asked Grogu to get all the people on this side over here and all the people, it would take forever to get him here because he's such a diva. He wants, he'll sit in his trailer until he's ready to come out. So I'm just gonna face these folks over here. Number one, John and Dave continue to write such great, great stories for every episode, right? So let's give them some props. Yeah. And what they've done is they've given, in my opinion, all of these characters growth through the first 3 seasons. We all began where we were when the story was introduced, and Grogu itself had a certain place it began, and it's growing now as it's learning to fend for itself and fight and do all these exercises. So how does it feel? It feels fantastic to have a role where you can have an arc. You can start in a place and see that character grow. And every actor knows that what you're really utilizing is all your experience in life, the things you've written, the things you've seen, what you know about life, that you then infuse that character and that growth with those experiences and your knowledge, et cetera, et cetera. So it just gives me a chance more to dig a little deeper as an actor. And of course, as a director, it gives me a chance to dig a little deeper there to try to tell the story that I imagined when I first read the script. Does that make any sense to anybody? Okay, there's the answer.
I love that we got to see a softer side of Grief 2 episodes ago.
There's no softness to
Oh,
Grief
but there
Karga.
was.
Grief Karga's a manly man. He ain't soft.
It.
There's no softness
Who else
in Grief
saw it?
Karga.
Because I did. It was there.
Now, Grogu tells me that all the time. Oh, you're just such a sweetheart. No, I'm not.
Starting with you, Giancarlo, is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans?
This show is explosive, and you've come on a journey with us, and so we want to say thank you. There is more to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If this show can be reflective of all of your lives, your hopes and dreams, your trust and faith and confidence in yourselves, that's what this show's about. I really love that we have such loyal fans who watch the show and not only get the message of the show, but are empowered by it. You know, it builds courage, it builds self-esteem, it builds all of visionary. The show is visionary in its visuals, and it takes you to a place you've never been before. So thank you for being with us.
Well, this season has been absolutely incredible, and I can't wait to watch the season finale. Please give it up one more time for Giancarlo Esposito, Carl Weathers, and Emily Swallow. More from our stage here at Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in just a moment.
It's okay. Earlier this year, fans finally got a glimpse at how gritty and dark Star Wars can truly be with the Disney Plus series Andor. Now, the cast and crew are looking back at how they crafted this story, characters and worlds that sparked a rebellion. And while there weren't any cameos from RX droids, like Gil, I can let this oversight slide. So long as we get one in season 2, right? All right. Well done. All right. Let's roll the panel.
Great to see you. My name's Edith Bowman. Can we have a massive shout out for Atomic Blonde and DJ Elliott, who were absolutely awesome? Woo! feel like I've come home. The warmth and the energy in this room is absolutely amazing. Are we ready to talk and hear about Andor? Yeah? Okay, before we introduce our phenomenal panel for you today, should we just take a few minutes to sit back and remind ourselves of the absolutely awesome first season and where we are to this point with Andor. Enjoy.
There is a wound that won't heal. At the center of the galaxy, we let it grow, and now it's here.
Cassian Andor, I came for you. How do you know about me? The Empire has been choking us. No matter what you tell me or tell yourself, you'll ultimately die fighting these bastards. I need all the heroes I can get.
The Empire is a disease that thrives in darkness.
We are healthcare providers. We treat sickness. We identify symptoms. We locate germs, whether they arise from within or have come from the outside.
Freedom, independence, justice.
He's writing a manifesto.
We've chosen a side. We're fighting against the dark.
There is an organized rebel effort. Drill down and get a hunt started.
It's just getting very dangerous. I'd be the first one to fall. No one's more at risk than I am.
The time has come to force their hand.
This is what revolution looks like.
Hang on!
Nemik's manifesto. He said to give this to you.
The pace of repression outstrips our ability to understand it.
6 years.
I'm just a tourist!
But they have a fight on their hands.
They're afraid. Right now, they're afraid.
Every day we wait, they get stronger.
Somebody's got to tell people what's happening back there. Your investment in the rebellion is epic.
What do you sacrifice?
I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I'd rather die trying to take them down than die giving them what they want. There will be no rules going forward.
For the greater good.
Call it what you will.
Let's call it war.
Cass, I'm sorry. Your mother's dead.
A funeral.
She's our bait.
If I could do it over again, I'd wake up early and be fighting these bastards from the start. Fight the Empire!
You're in and not coming.
Cassian will find us.
I will. I'll find you.
Every hair on my body with excitement. Are you ready to welcome our panel? Yeah? Please put your hands together. First up, the creator and executive producer, Tony Gilroy. Executive producer and president of Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy. Executive producer, Cassian Andor himself, Diego Luna. Co-producer and editor, please put your hands together for John Gilroy. Production designer, Luke Hull. Costume designer, Michael Wilkinson. And last, but certainly by no means least, composer, the wonderful Nicholas Britell. Thank you so much for being here. It's so great to have you all. What an amazing response from this beautiful audience. Kathleen and Tony, I'm going to start with you two, if that's okay first. To kind of go back, really, if you don't mind, to how Andor came to be, what those early conversations and kind of pitch conversations were as to what this could be.
Well, the early pitch conversation was, I said to Tony, we had such an amazing experience getting Rogue One finished. Would you consider doing a series? And he said, no. But that very quickly turned around. You want to talk about it, Tony?
It wasn't so quick, but I mean, you know what? It really was, how far can you go?
Yeah.
What can you do? How can we break a new lane? How can we open a new pathway into the frontier that other people can follow? What can we do? And how bold are you willing to go? And how, you know, it's a very big gamble on everybody's part. It's a gamble for all the people up here on their time and their commitment. It's a gamble for Kathy on all the levels that are obvious, and it's a gamble for Disney on, you know, on many, many complicated levels. It's a big risk.
I like to think you took that line, no rules going forward, basically, as your kind of mantra really into
Yeah, I think that's
it.
very true, and I think what Tony's saying is true for Star Wars. It's true for the fans. We knew that we were branching out into something that didn't necessarily look or feel like anything that had come before, and that's scary. But I gotta say, being in the hands of somebody who writes so impeccably like Tony, the characters and the story were just undeniable. Undeniable.
Yeah. Diego, for you, hi.
Hi, hello. Hey.
There we go.
One way out. Look at that. Here's the costume designer of what you're wearing is here. He saw a picture and you approved, right?
Approved, 100%.
Amazing.
Most of them came without shoes on at the train station as well. That's the commitment.
That
is the commitment.
There's another word for that, but I'm so sorry. To be honest, when it wasn't a wide shot, I was wearing sneakers.
Shh, no spoilers.
Yes.
This character, this writing, this opportunity to delve back into the world of this character. What was it about him, about Cassian, that you did want to jump back in and have the opportunity to explore him?
I think what was really interesting is the opportunity to have a show and tell a story in a long format that happened to be about a regular guy. You know, they don't get movies done about themselves, you know? Like there's normally the hero is not just a simple guy like you know? And this was a great opportunity to do that in this amazing universe. But the other thing that I believe was important is like to celebrate what Rogue One meant, you know? With Rogue One, it was the first time that something like that came out in the world of Star Wars. It had a beginning and an end, such a definitive end.
Yeah.
Also, you know, risky and the audience, you celebrated that film, and it was important to keep doing and keep taking risks, I think, you know, and we had the great opportunity to be led by Tony, who is just like always trying to find a way to complicate things more and more, you know, in every possible way. Yes, we were very lucky because the great writing brings great people.
Yeah.
You know, the cast of our show is incredible. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there's money that could make that cast possible. That comes out of reading stuff, reading material you want to be part of.
Yeah. John, for you, in terms of, you know, the I don't know, the idea that you're involved in the production side of it as well as editing, do you almost kind of, do you get in there early with the kind of idea of what it's going to be like for you once you get into the edit suite? You know, are you almost a step ahead of the game?
You mean do I have the idea ahead of time, or my job is to get the footage and to find the truth in that footage. So I'm seeing. I mean, I'm weighing in sometimes. Tony will consult me, but it's about getting the most out of what I'm given through all the product of everybody here.
And the collaboration, I imagine, is a hugely important aspect to the project.
I'm sorry, say
the collaboration with all the departments is such a big part of it.
I hardly ever see anybody. I'm in a little dark room, so everybody else is like they're making all this, but you know, it comes back to me, and it's sort of like the headquarters at Battle of Britain, like with the map, and like I kind of see whether we're winning or not, and I report back all the time.
I like that. Someone please let John out of his dark room every now and again, though.
That is not entirely what he does. He's minimizing his involvement dramatically. He's not an editor. He builds films. And so we do all kinds of projects along the way. To make the show, we do all kinds of side projects and small previses and little movies that we make on videos and all kinds of things that we have to vet out and see how they work. And John is always the curator of that, and he's involved with everybody, and he's the builder. We build the show, and then he puts it together again.
I love that. The design of the film is extraordinary, both in terms of, lovely to see that real life response that you get from costumes that you create, but the production design on it as well. But for both of you, was there any limitations when it came to that, when it was about, creating lands or buildings or situations or characters through both the production design and costume design?
I mean, there's always limitations. So it's like you never have enough. You can never have enough time or money to fully achieve. You just run out of time.
Yeah.
So it was more that we were much more open, I guess, in our approach, led by Tony, to allow us to go there, to kind of rethink. Well, not even rethink, it's kind of like what Tony writes about pushes us in a direction that means we have to be moving through these worlds with characters. So it's less about scale and it's more about scope. And so it's just maybe a different way of looking at it than you would if you were doing a Star Wars movie previously.
And Michael, what about for you with regards to, this character and almost kind of going in the reverse of where we originally met him with regards to even just Cassian's costumes, but talk to me a little bit about the conversations that you had with regards to what was asked of you on this.
Before I answer your question, Eve, can I just say how pumped I am to be here today with all you guys? You can't imagine how it feels to see the love and the care that you guys put into recreating costumes that we've come up with for this show. It's just like, I will never forget this moment. But I've got that out of the way. And so thank you for caring.
Yes.
Thank you for caring about our characters. We love them just as much as you do. So going back to your question. When I came on board, I didn't have a super overly familiar knowledge of the Star Wars universe. So I had a great, deep dive into the 45 years of the history of Star Wars costuming. But when I read Tony's scripts and when I met with Tony, it was really apparent that it was going to take a very different type of costuming approach for this show. Tony's characters are so beautifully nuanced and very complicated and detailed, and that's gold to a costume designer. And so I had to sort of switch gears and go from a less of a sort of iconic big gesture approach to costuming and really deep dive into all those wonderful details of clothes that we all put into the way that we dress and that reflect who we are, all of our foibles and nuances. That all had to come out into the costumes for these characters. So we put lots of thinking about who they were, what their motivations were, how we could express that through the costumes, the silhouettes, the details, the textures, the colors, the palettes. It was an incredible experience.
I think that that's one of the many things I love about the show is how the storyteller is not just told through character and performance, it's told through the set design, through the costumes, through even just movement, action, and none more so the music as well, Nicholas. I think that your storytelling through the score in this show is just extraordinary. Where was the starting point for you?
I would say, first off, how honored I am to be here as well. This is really incredible, really incredible. Very, very special for us. The starting point was it was a few years ago. You know, I mean, we were really working on this. I was working on this with Tony very, very closely for about 2 years, and I remember first of all, I was so honored to even be approached about this, having loved Star Wars from when I was such a 3 years old, basically. But the first conversations were really amazing in the sense of the freedom and openness to explore new sound worlds potentially, and to really figure out, you know, like what you were just saying about the costumes, you know, how can we be really specific to this story and these characters? You know, what is it about this that feels a certain way? And the literal starting point was actually the on-camera music, because that had to be filmed, and we had to figure that out before we did anything. And so the actual first piece I remember writing was the funeral band. That was the first thing I remember playing for you, Tony, and from that moment, I think we felt like we had a sense of how things might feel. And then I think the really exciting thing was creating an architecture for saying to ourselves, oh, if this is how we could feel in, you know, episode 12, how can we then map it back to episode 1? And so there's this constant thread through the whole thing. And I think that's, for me with Andor, you know, I think with everyone here, there was this constant sense of how everything connects and how everything ties together and where we're going. And I think that was, as a composer, I think that was really inspiring for me.
Did you know what you wanted? Did you have a clear idea of what you wanted sonically for the score for this, Tony?
No, it's very difficult. Some films, some stories, they just reveal themselves. Oh, it's going to be this kind of music, and you kind of and you tempt something, and you sort of music is sticky to it. This is I mean, the elephant in the room is John Williams. I mean, there's this huge, gigantic, brilliant vocabulary that's already, this grammar that's already been described, and we're going to upend that. And boy, oh boy, we better have a good answer for what we're doing. We better be, since we're really going to try to dig for emotional reality all the way through. Our music really needs to be, it can never be cynical. It always has to be legit, and it has to feel like it belongs in Star Wars.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very, it's also, I also say for Nick, we just completely underestimated what we were going to have to do. I mean, totally, like, okay, I've scored a bunch of movies. I really thought I knew a lot about scoring. I really felt confident. I'd been a musician. I was like, man, I really got this down, and it's Nick Britell, and here we go, and once we get our feet in it, and whatever, and I got Johnny and John Finkley helping us, it's all gonna go. Man, how many hours of music do we have?
It was about 7.5 hours of music.
Okay, 7.5 hours of music.
And basically about every month, we were doing whole scoring sessions, recordings in London with an orchestra, and every month, you know, so it felt like we were making movie after movie after movie, actually. And that was not what we thought. In the beginning, we thought it was going to be a big job, but I don't think, I mean, it was an order of magnitude beyond what I think.
We were really, I don't know if we were, you know, if it's hubris or whether it's naivete, but it's one of the two. And we were like, so we were just staggered by what we had to do. But then I will say, look, I mean, there's 7 filmmakers up here. That's the key, right? Everybody here is a filmmaker. And there's a lot of other filmmakers that are behind us that aren't here today, that are back at Pinewood on Monday. There's so many, and that's the trick, man. You make everybody on the show a filmmaker, and you take every great idea, and you just keep going with it. And that's what you're seeing on stage here.
We want to talk about some, please, round of applause for us. A lovely sentiment and celebration of everyone. Going to talk about some specifics, and you know, we begin in Ferrex, and it's an important location. Why, you know, the overall approach to creating that place and what it signifies and what it means. What were you thinking when you wrote about that home?
Well, I needed him to be from, look, I mean, this is so bizarre, but my initial issue was I want to explain his accent. You know, we did Rogue, and in Rogue I was like, oh, well, what's going on? And like, if we're going to be legit all the way through, and we're going to treat everything, so I need a story. So there was some apocryphal information, he was from Fest and whatever. I go, oh, well, let me turn that upside down. Where is he from? And so start to think of this story, and what kind of place would he be from, and what are the skill sets that he has, and I can't, I don't know. People say, where do you come up with, I mean, but Luke will tell you, there's a cocktail napkin drawing of Ferrex. It was one of the first things that we traded with, with my version. It looks like one of those Tolkien maps in the front of the book.
Did you say on a napkin?
No, yeah, but it was like a piece of paper, a graph paper, and I kept doing it and doing it. And I said to Luke, I go, this is kind of like what it should be like. And like, it's kind of like that in a way. I mean, in the end, it kind of like all of a sudden Luke was like, wow, it's going to do this. And you watch something that's your stupid scrawly drawing come to life, and then you have to, if you're going to spend that kind of money there, you have to spend that much time there. So it really meant that Ferrex was going to be a character in the show, and that became very helpful because Ferrex, what Cassian is going through is what Ferrex is going through. They've ignored everything. They're being reluctant. They don't care. They're paying attention to their own thing, and they're gradually radicalized, along the way. And when you realize you have those two pieces, you're like, oh my God, and it just builds from there. And I mean, you're looking at the wall of gloves, right? I mean, that was a very early idea, but that was really important for Luke and I because it's like, wow, we're going to be that specific. This is a union hall, and your father gave you the gloves, and you got a spot on that wall, and every spot matters. And let's be that kind of show. Let's understand every idea, everything that feels something to these characters. Any place we can, let's visually try to manifest that.
Well, I think that's what's brilliant about this particular location is the kind of scale of it, but also the simplicity and the beauty and the personal nature of moments as well. Look, in terms of kind of approaching that and the scale of something like that and the build of something like that and the planning of that, talk to me a little bit about where you start and
well, I should just
apart
add,
from the napkin.
It's not just me, there's like a massive art department behind me, but who are amazing, and some are in this audience actually. But I guess you start, it's also not helpful doing it through COVID. That was interesting. But we started with, I think there were over 30 sets in Ferrex. And it kind of organically grew, didn't it, Tony? Like we had X, Y, Z, and then you start thinking, if you start to look at it as a big composite set, as a town anyway, as you start to collage them together, they interact with each other and provide various opportunities to kind of become more than just a standalone set.
Yeah.
And going back to sort of what we started with, like the main goal here was to create places that you could get involved with and navigate through with the characters and not have to sort of stand back and explain it and be like, oh, look at our amazing concept art. It was about living it. And so everything had a lot of details, some of which you don't even see in the show, but it was important because we kept layering it in. It takes a huge amount of time to do it, time that we didn't have. So like through some of the accidents and mistakes became some of the more interesting things as well. Not all of it's actually sort of planned out from day dot. It's really big process.
I think then as an audience as well, you navigate through your landscape then. You know where the characters, you kind of feel you're there with them as they're walking through the streets or they're running downstairs and stuff. And the way that you've created that as an audience, we're right there in it.
Geography is really important for Tony as well. Like
geography is just huge for me. But if you're going to be that rigorous with your geography for your action sequences and making sure the audience always knows where they are, except when they're supposed to be disoriented, which you can control if you've already put them in a place that they really. We also want to be emotionally accurate.
Yeah.
We don't want to have people's IQs go up and down or the things they need or feel change because we want them to. We want to set up a real thing. And so it's the same rigor that goes into the sets, that goes into the costumes, that goes into what Diego's doing. Everybody's trying to be extremely specific to the moment and make it real and know that that's the thing over there and that's the thing over there.
I think it's worth saying, there's a version of this that could have been very dystopian, right? Which is sort of an accidental journey we took at the beginning, just in the nature of what Star Wars, the baggage of what has come before in a way, and then trying to use it to work with what Tony's written. So separating what they do on the mesa, breaking down the ships from the town, was really important to find a community. So, and choice of materials and the brick and all of that kind of cemented that because it felt solid and it felt there is a place you can go after work and have a drink, and you can walk down here and go into someone's house, and it's not separated.
One thing that also, I think it's the long format that allowed all these layers to happen at the same time, sometimes in movies it's different. There's a script, then someone comes, like, you know, but here the editor is working and the composer while the designs are happening, while Tony is writing. Therefore, everything can be affected by each other's journey, you know, or ideas. And it's a different way of collaborating. And I don't think every writer could do it the way Tony does it, because he includes the ideas into the pod, you know? So he doesn't write till he knows how the set is gonna be. Therefore, when he's writing, Luke's work is already part of that writing, you know? He's writing with him in a way. And that changes the whole thing. Like, the music is being composed before we go on set. The moment I'm playing the moment where the song is there, I'm listening to the actual song, the actual music, the piece you're gonna be listening to. It's like if we were capable to put the score on when we go on set. That doesn't happen often, and on this show it happened.
What was it like for you stepping onto that set for the first time?
It was great. It was great. The house, I remember I was there, it was first with Ben, and I was there and I said, like, look, if on those drawers we can put some stuff for me to go do, because it'd be really cool. And I went in the rehearsal and opened the drawers, and there was stuff there. And the stuff was useful, you know, I could bring it out, and it was still Star Wars universe, but it made sense. And it was like, oh shit, there's cooking stuff here.
Do you want eggs?
Cook.
Who wants eggs? Anyone want eggs?
That wasn't written, and it was not Luke. It was someone that works for Luke that pays attention to detail. When he talks about his team, it's a big team, and they're all giving you these elements you can play with. It's just so easy to believe that this galaxy far away exists. You know, it's so realistic. The approach was always, let's make it realistic. People have to believe this is happening, that there's a need for what you're doing and an intention behind everything, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so amazing. It's why it feels so real when we're watching it. It's why we kind of feel like you can smell it and you're there and you're kind of dropped in. It's just got this amazing...
You know, I'll add to that too, because I think that one of the extraordinary things I've realized just being in this galaxy for a while is I'm constantly reminding people none of this exists. We're in
Don't say that.
Outer space. We're in the galaxy. We have to create exactly what you're saying every time. And these guys are really shortchanging themselves because, as you say, the level of detail that goes into creating every single thing you see on the screen, and you believe and feel that it's lived in and completely real. That is a gigantic art form. So bravo, guys.
Yeah. And places that we can all escape to, that's what you do for us. You take us to these places. So yeah, we're all eternally grateful for that. Can I talk specifically about that kind of end sequence in episode 3, if you don't mind, just for a minute, because that, I think, encompasses so many of you in terms of there's actually not that much dialogue, but there's a lot of story and narrative being told through situations that we find characters. This extraordinary piece with the chains and the things falling down that then leads into you guys escaping on the back of the speeder, and then the music, and it's just all the pieces come together, and it's just this extraordinary crescendo at the end of this episode. The editing in this is just phenomenal. Talk a little bit about the journey of the end of that episode and building up those different worlds and bringing it together. And
well, I mean, we had the two action sequences. The action sequence in the factory was we sort of really framed that really well. And the end, the motorcycle, you know, I always think of it like when I was putting it together. It's sort of like his, you know, Cassian's life is sort of going by him as he's going to the ship, as he's going through. He's seeing all the places that he probably will never get to again, and that's kind of a poetry that worked for the whole thing, and the music and everything else, you know. So,
can I ask what those things were made of that were swinging around on a kind of slightly
the factory?
Yeah.
Those were
all real.
That last big shot where everything comes down. Those were, I mean, they weren't made of metal, but they were heavy, and they all came down. That wasn't a visual effect shot, really. That was practical.
That's a big scene for us because
You got out in the nick of time.
I think the applause should be for him because they didn't hit him.
Were they real?
He's still here. He survived.
No, it did. Like I have to say that we rehearsed like theater. We got to the place when it was you were building it. Then we saw everything there hanging, and then we rehearsed the whole thing many times before we actually went to shoot it. And everything was mechanical, everything was happening, and we shot it in order. Therefore, we were like, whatever happened in the last take was the beginning of the next, and it actually happened the way you see it. We were reacting to real stuff, and acting with that is just like beautiful, because we're never in front of something that one day will become something else. It's ready, it's ready, and it's going to be that. And as Luke is saying, if we run out of time, well, that thing is going to be there. That's what you're going to get, and you as an actor are given the best tool you can have, which is you just have to react, you just have to live the moment. It was a beautiful scene to shoot, and a dangerous one too, yeah.
And that shot at the end as you're kind of going across the fields, we saw a lovely still of that earlier, just a shot of the beautiful coloured fields, the textured fields as the bike goes across it and kind of off, and it's in the water, just kind of spraying out underneath. It's like poetry. It's so beautiful.
There's someone who's not here who's another Mo and Leo in our visual effects department, and I think in a lot of shows, right? I mean, the visual effects department comes in and delivers. They deliver what somebody asked for.
Not at ILM.
No, but a lot of shows, but not for us. I mean, talk about another filmmaker. I mean, Moen worked on Rogue, and so there was prior, knew him from Rogue. But I mean, the work that he and TJ and their department did. I mean, Luthen space battle, right? I mean.
Yeah, I would add to that, because I was being a little facetious, but in reality, because ILM is a part of Lucasfilm, we have the benefit of these amazingly talented people inside the world of effects, who, much like everybody you're seeing sitting here, is incorporated into the creative process, and they begin a creative dialogue with Tony or our showrunners, and they're able to really make a gigantic contribution. As you can see, even as you guys all know, John Knoll, who's a perfect example of somebody who gets deeply involved in what the story is and servicing the narrative. That's what we're really fortunate to have, some incredible talent in Moen and TJ. Were absolutely that, because this was a very different kind of show where a lot of the effects needed to feel invisible. You needed to just believe it. And they weren't showy. There wasn't anything that would take you out of the story. And that's a real accomplishment. They did a spectacular job.
And they show you, they show you what's going to be there. It's not like, oh, this will be solved later. You know what's going to be happening. You were talking about the speeder, which is the only. I mean, we were spoiled by then, and the speeder was shot in like a regular green screen, and there was like it was like going into the rodeo, kind of like, because the speeder was there, everything was green, and
wow.
Stellan was behind me, this was COVID times, so that hug felt delicious. It was like, oh, here we are.
Tighter!
But we were so spoiled, because it was the only moment where we turned and said, like, we didn't sign for this. Like, that really cool shot is not that cool, to be honest. It's us in the rodeo, like going like this. And someone blowing air, so the costumes like flow beautifully, But it was the only moment, And in fact, it was like kind of funny, because yes, of course, almost everything was real here, but flying on a scooter is impossible. Yeah.
Michael, you mentioned the costumes there, and for Stellan in particular, kind of having those two sides to one actor, was that kind of fun to play with as well? Because we see how much fun he has in, you know, kind of fluctuating between the two, particularly with the dress when he's getting changed in the spaceship. Was that fun?
Yeah, I think across the board, something that really excited me about this project is that so many of the characters, they have sort of aliases and they're hiding their true identity, whether it's Cassian or Mon Mothma or Lex or Dedra. Everyone has an agenda, and so they play with their clothes to sort of try on these different aliases. So yes, with Luthen we have this sort of what we call natural Luthen when he's off planet, and he's his sort of has that sort of quasi-military special forces kind of feel to him. And then the opposite to that, he puts his wig on, he becomes this incredibly urban, sophisticated dresser on Coruscant. So that was great working with Stellan to bring that about. But yeah, going back to the general costumes of Ferrix, we wanted the same sort of level of detail with those costumes. So we really, we didn't want it just to feel like the people in the background were crossing from one side of the screen to the other. We wanted to feel like they were coming from somewhere and going somewhere. You know, they all had a role. So we built that whole culture from the floor up. We divided them into grapplers and haulers and buyers and sellers, and we gave them all roles within the society. They had to all, it was sort of the most industrious and communal planet we go to, I think. So we really wanted to sort of forge these visual ties so it all felt like they were getting stuff done and working together, watching each other's backs. So yeah, we created hundreds and hundreds of costumes for all of our background performers, custom hardware and fabrics and sturdy textiles to build all of these looks together. So yeah, hundreds of costumes, dozens of creatures. They're always fun to dress as well.
The Aldani people as well, the costumes you created for those were just absolutely gorgeous as well. And that's the beautiful thing, is almost when we arrive in different locations, it's a whole new sort of visceral world that we're introduced to through so many of these different departments. It's absolutely extraordinary. And I didn't just want to talk about Aldani because you shot it in Scotland, selfishly. Yes, the Scots, go on, there's 3 in the room. But having
there's more than 3.
Yeah. Yes, in the corner. Hi, Dad.
Colin, I know you're out there.
Talk to me about finding that location and why that was the right place to shoot.
That's a Luke call. Luke, how do we get the dam?
Okay, so like Scotland's like our desert. We started with a few rules which were like, we need to feel like it's Star Wars, but we didn't want to do things just because they've been done before.
Yeah.
So we wanted something that really, where the landscape was a big part of that story and opening up at that point in the story. But the real reason we ended up in Scotland was because I think we got really interested in dams quite early on, before we knew what we were really doing, and how they were kind of like a blight on landscapes, and it just trying to find ways of showing Imperial action on planets that isn't just, you know, stormtroopers marching and things like this. So, and Richard Hill, our location manager, found this one up in Kurokan, which was just extraordinary because it looks like Darth Vader's mask, and it's just set in the most amazing kind of pocket. And then we just built it up from there, really. So that environment became kind of key to what Aldani was. It became the planet language, and yeah. And
why don't you say where it is? Because I thought it was really interesting. I mean, maybe more people in this room know, but it was the first hydraulic dam built in the world. I didn't know that.
Wow.
And it was pretty amazing. We got to go inside and walk through the tunnels and really see every aspect of
it's like
how
a Bond villain lair.
Yeah.
Shot one scene in that tunnel.
Yeah.
There's one scene where they come in, it's in that tunnel.
Does when you find something like that, a real location, does that then affect the script in terms
Totally.
of...
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, and I've said this a million. I mean, I write after too many decades of writing action stuff. I can't really do it unless I can't do anything if I don't know where I really am. I really can't. If I know where I am and there's a platform and I know what's going on, I'm pretty quick. But if that's not there, I can't. So we get this dam and we get this place and we begin looking at it and where do they camped and where are they outside. So the script begins to immediately change. And then we was also during COVID. At one point there were supposed to be 3,000 people in that valley. Well, we couldn't do that.
Also because of money.
No, but we couldn't. No, but we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it. So what? So something. Oh my God! Oh, and it looks like a crise for a couple days. And what are you going to do? And like, oh my God, the whole thing's upside down. We may not be able to do it all. But what comes out of that? Oh my God! You know what? it's actually about the dead enders. It's actually much more sad and much more potent and much more valuable to the story to have them be the dead enders and the last time they're ever going to go there, and the fact that they're just the remnants of something that was beautiful and has been destroyed. That became, oh my God, well of course it has to be that way. And then the physical structure of the dam and how it works and how we do it. All of those things are all many, many conversations, and they all keep, design, build. We are designing, building, changing, designing, building, changing, designing, building, changing, with all these conversations that are happening with these people and all their minions. Yeah.
Diego, what did you make of Scotland?
Oh, it's amazing.
Yes.
I'm half Scottish.
Half Scottish.
Just my accent. My accent is not there, but I grew up in Mexico, but my mom and family were Scottish. See? And I did feel Scottish when I was there. I mean, it's so beautiful. It's so much water. It's life, everywhere. There is just water and green and beauty. It was perfect. And we were we were in London when the confinement was we had to stay at home, and suddenly we were dropped in Scotland and allowed to interact, and it was fabulous. It was such a beautiful experience, and very specific, because all the characters you meet there stay there. Most of the characters live on that block, and so it was like going and shooting another project, with the same world, universe, and team, but a story that just happens and begins and ends there,
Yeah.
Which was very special too.
I have to confess one thing
Kathy.
now.
Mm-hmm.
I became obsessed while I was there of trying to find Harry Coos.
Harry Coos.
You know what Harry Coos?
Harry Coos, yeah. I know. I'll tell you all later. Definitely. I'm glad you said water as well and not rain. There was so much water.
Is there a
not
difference?
Rain. Yes, Tony, there is a very big difference. And Nicholas, when it comes to, the score around different lands and different environments, and this was so different, in terms of what we'd already seen within the show, does that affect, and how does it affect what you're writing musically?
Hugely. Every single new place, and it really felt at times like every episode we were going to so many new places, and that required whole new musical ideas. And specifically the Aldani, the Eye Festival, for example. Those were things that we started thinking about early on. And one of the things I love about thinking about the place and thinking about the costumes and thinking about the culture, and then figuring out a lot of things later in post too. I love the sort of link with how that happens, where Tony and I created the sort of Eye Festival music. Tony wrote those lyrics, for example, and then we figured out how to choreograph that. But then it's actually in post that we figured out, maybe the reason that the melody that they're chanting is actually because perhaps the phenomenon of the eye itself has a sort of almost musical tone to it. And so then I then created a sound for the eye, actually, and then you sort of imagine back this almost many thousands of year backstory that perhaps they created the chant because they were hearing the eye, and so it actually worked. So these are the kinds of things that we sort of, you sort of, when you have this amount of time to explore things, you can live with these things in a way and come up with ideas like that. So the place and the story of each place mattered hugely to what the music was doing.
Can we talk about the design of the eye and the kind of how that was created and edited and put together as well? Because
You want to talk about the progress with that?
We were worried about the eye. I was putting this together, and I was like, I hope this eye is as good as everybody says it's going to be, because they would give us sort of
look good on paper.
Look good on paper, and I went well through it, and I was just keeping my fingers crossed. And then one day, Moen and TJ sent us the first shot, and it was just beautiful. It was just this one little shot of it was you in the cockpit. You see and once I saw that, I knew we were going to be great. It was going to live up the entire sequence. Yeah, it's beautiful.
How'd you make it?
What's that?
How did you make it?
The sequence? It's like any action scene. There's a lot of plate spinning. You have to Tony touched on something earlier. When you're in this action sequence, you really have to be, you have to pay attention to geography, and that was a really big deal. And taking attendance of your characters is another thing you have to do to keep people in the game. I don't know. There was probably a little more problem solving in 6 than there was in some of the other episodes, but you'll never know that.
Yeah, we got to keep some, some things have got to be kept back. I get that. Can we move on to Narkina 5 and Coruscant? 2 very different landscapes, but...
Oh, there's some Narkina 5 fans here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's got such a theatrical presence, that whole place and that whole being there. What were the conversations about what that was going to be and what it was going to look like and what the limitations were for the people within there?
I'll just say very quickly, and then I'll pass it. I brought a bunch of material. I'd worked with Luke for a couple months. I brought a huge amount of material. We went into a room with my brother Dan and Beau Willimon for 5 days in New York to try to beat out the holes and beat out the plot and figure out who would do what and beat out the whole story. Well, that's an intensively creative conversation. It goes very, very fast. One of the absent places on that was, he should go to prison. It'd be great if we could have a prison sequence, but we can't do a prison if we can't do a prison better than anybody ever did it or different than anybody ever did it. What would that be? And at some point, somebody said electric floors. Who's in the room when that's happening? Who's in the room every day of that writer's thing is Luke. So our production designer is in the room while we are building the show. Zana Wallenberg, she's not here today, she is our just diva producer. She's just, I mean diva in the good way. And she's in the room. So he's watching the prison being built in front of him, and he's probably going back to his hotel room that night going like, oh my God, what the fuck are they doing? But
Were you, Luke?
Well,
it was more of a case of we'll figure it out later.
Yeah, no, but I mean, so it starts right there. So we started that early, and man, we just worked it.
No, but the key concepts of the prison were established in that week. Was it just a week?
Yeah, it was a week.
And I think the big takeaway from that week was that the whole point that they were in there was like a labor camp, so they were the cheapest possible, most disposable thing, they being the people, more so than droids, and then everything stemmed from that, so like they're pushed through a factory, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That was the idea. So like they are the parts in the machine, and the day shift and the night shift, and then that kind of just informed the whole structure of the prison and the repetition and the way it stacked up, and then I don't know, I think it ended up being in the water just purely because I was looking.
No, but just stop at this picture for 1 second. If you just stop at this picture one section, and you think of what Michael Wilkinson's work to get that all done down there, all of Luke's work, all the stuff that's on there, all the art department, all the work that had to go into that, the amount of conversations and meetings and problem solving that go into that. How many tables should there be? How much should they do? What's the part like? How do we build the part? How many can we do? How many floors? I mean, that drawing represents a lot of talking.
When the reveal is made on what they're actually making as well, the noise that came out of my mouth and as a realization of what it was just like, I'm sure a lot of you were the same of just going, oh my God, it's that. It's just all these joining of dots of things. It's so clever. Sorry, that wasn't a question. That was just me oversharing.
He's making the weapon that's going to kill him.
Oh my God, Michael, what was the core of coming up with these great costumes that we can see in this room today? Because they've made an impact. They have made a huge impact.
The concept was that they had been designed by the Empire to make the prisoners feel as dehumanized and as dispossessed, as disempowered as possible. So you have a white costume in a white environment. It's very sterile. It's disorientating. You sort of literally don't know where you are in the room. They were made out of like this very industrial fabric. It's sort of very disposable, like a papery sort of fabric. So it's kind of, you wear it once, it gets thrown away, you get put another one. Everyone looks exactly the same. And then we came up with this idea that the guards would need to sort of find them. So we added these flashes of orange graphics down the side of them that had a cool kind of, we leaned into the sort of 70s maxi graphic language of Star Wars. So yeah, that was the idea, just to sort of make them feel as disempowering and as unpleasant as possible. So well done, guys.
I mean, they actually looked quite comfortable. Like pajamas.
They could double as pajamas, I guess.
They were not comfortable, no. You know, they're not comfortable. And there's no way to sweat, or your sweat doesn't interact with, you know, it stays there. It's what Tony is saying is interesting, because it would have been very easy, and I'm sure you go like, okay, the character is going to go to prison, and then suddenly you're thinking of a film that happened in a prison that you love, and you'll do exactly what you've seen another actor do before. But here was impossible, because it's a prison where you're supposed to be healthy, where you're supposed to be clean, strong, to be capable of, you know, of building non-stop. There's a hope of you going out, you know. They provide you food, you know, specifically for you to, like, it's so interesting to play a prison like this one, you know. And it's, they're not gonna comment on it, but it's a lovely comment on the world we live in, you know. So it's those moments where you realize that science fiction serves to make a comment on the world you're part of.
It's a lovely opportunity to talk about the cast in this. You know, you mentioned at the beginning, Tony, and particularly when we're in this situation, watching you and Andy Serkis play with each other is just the most fantastic thing ever. And you get that opportunity with so many great partners in this. When you're kind of putting together this cast list, I mean, I don't know where or how you started as well. And I mean, Genevieve as well, phenomenal. You know, and Stella, and
Genevieve, we had to take Genevieve. We had no choice.
Denise as well is just.
Look, there's a variety of absent department heads here today, and Nina Gold and Martin Ware cast this show.
Yeah.
And when I first came on, I mean, it's like, oh, Nina Gold. So it's like, well, you know, it's, and Nina Gold absolutely lived up to the hype from day one. She's just. And we did not know, I didn't know, Kathy certainly didn't know that we were going to have 190 speaking parts in the show by the time we got done with the first part. But, and at one point I said to Nina, are there any actors left over here? And I mean, but like their taste, their efficiency, and once you start getting the actors and you start realizing how great they are, and you start realizing you can write for them in a certain way, and you can write better and better and better. It's like, you know, it's like I said before, you know, if you're playing a toy piano, or someone brings out a Steinway Grand, well, these actors you have, all of a sudden you start writing, have, you know, there's this absolutely extraordinary talent pool over here, and they made me a better writer every day. It's like, well, you can do it. I mean, let's go for it. And so it's, that's just, they should be here. They're just as valuable as everybody else that's up here. So.
They're not saying one thing that they're not saying, and it has to do a lot with the work done before, you know. I mean, I know all these actors, and Rogue One has a lot to do with them joining, you know. And the second season will benefit from the first, and it's like, you know, when you commit to what you're doing, that's the best way to get people excited about being part. And I think that integrity you can see behind the work of Kathy, of Tony, and so when they come and say, like, we're gonna keep doing this, you wanna join, actors are there immediately, you know.
And also simpatico taste. I mean, I don't think we've ever really disagreed on any casting choices. It's amazing. I mean, we used to play a derby game in the beginning, where we'd have like 5 or 6 choices, and almost like a derby game, and be like, well, who's gonna go, who's your first choice? And it was always like, I mean, we had it's incredible.
But the curation that you did with Nina up front was.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, it's pretty amazing, just even by luck of the draw. We really had there's never been a casting issue on any of this, anything.
Fiona Shaw saying...
Except Fiona Shaw.
Fiona Shaw saying, "That's love." That just breaks me every time I watch that scene. And I think that's another thing that the show makes it so unique, is that it's the drama, it's the dramatic nature and the depth of the characters in the story, and simple moments to huge, big, you know, kind of set pieces and stuff, and everything in between. It just kind of gives you all of that. What is it like for you, Diego, when you have these opportunities to play with these, you know, this variety of different actors, whether it be Andy Serkis or Fiona or Stellan or...
It's you know, when you have a beautiful scene and a director, because we haven't talked about directors, you know, and that's some.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's 6 directors in these 2 parts. They're not here, but they bring a different perspective. They bring, and so far the directors we've had, they have the patience and the love for working with actors, you know, and actors in this show feel free, and that is beautiful to witness, you know, because you're never rushed, you never feel you have to get away to bringing what you love, but it's not appreciated, you know. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. There is time for us, and what happens in between the lines matters, you know?
Yeah.
We rehearse a lot. There is chance on set to repeat, and it's a beautiful feeling to be part of this show, because we know the strength of the show is on the nuances, on the different layers, you know, that a scene brings, and I mean, we're spoiled. We're spoiled. It's difficult to think about another set where we would be so free, you know?
Yeah. Is that the case as well when you're designing things like Mon Mothma's apartment, for example? And I think that that's another thing about what the design, both in terms of production design and costume design, does, is what we were talking about earlier, is that story design, and it kind of gives you glimpses into maybe the one side of a character or the 2 sides to a character, sort of thing as well. Do you mind talking a little bit about the kind of the creation of her environment? Because I find it really fascinating in terms of what it's not saying or what it is trying to say about her.
Yeah, I mean, so it starts with Coruscant generally, which is probably one of the most challenging things on this show, because it's been seen
so many times.
Yeah. And in a way that maybe doesn't quite fit aesthetically with what we wanted to do. And then on top of that, thank you, Tony, you write so many domestic interiors that are not easy to translate visually into Star Wars. So I mean, it's actually one of the main reasons I decided to do it, because
Kyle's mum's house is
yeah. So Mon's is an embassy, so it's not like her apartment, it's not her house, it's not a personal. Is that a one-way out chant in the background?
Yeah. I think they actually want to say one way in because they want to come in, but you know, that's, yeah.
So it was finding a world for her that she kind of has to, because it's not her home necessarily, she's inhabiting it because she is the senator at that point. So it kind of doubles as what Michael was saying before. Her duplicity is that there's no warmth here. It's an act, and Coruscant is sterile and inhuman as well. And I mean, as well as it all being very monochromatic, and so it's that kind of illusion of comfort and wealth, and yet she's clearly playing that as a facade. So we had a lot of conversations about this, to be honest, and it affects you more than me, but yeah.
That's for sure. I think, I mean, creating the costumes for Mon Mothma, I think, was one of the greatest pleasures of this project for me, just because she's such an interesting character. We haven't really seen her in detail in this chapter of her history before, and we talked about her clothes as a high-profile, operating senator, as her armor, in a sense. That's her armor. That's the shell that she puts on between the public and her private self. And then we have those great opportunities when she's at home and she takes off the armor. You sort of get a sense of the layers. You peel back the layers of the onion and you sort of see the softness and the vulnerability of this character who's putting so much on the line, secretly funneling money into the fledgling Rebel Alliance. So Genevieve is an incredible, intelligent, strong, modern woman, and so to create her costumes was amazing.
And Nicholas, you talked about how you had to write elements of the score prior to filming for certain scenes and stuff, but then are you privy to any of the performances, and are you writing to any performances specifically at all?
Oh, absolutely. The post side of this is so immersive, and Tony and I are actually neighbors. He lives about 11 blocks from me in New York City, and so we spend so much time together, and I think that's really part of figuring a lot of this out is the close work that Tony and I were able to do, you know, sitting in the room, hearing the same things and watching the same things together, and you know, there are so many moments. We were just talking with Diego before about there's a moment, the moment when he finds out that his mother's dead, you know, and just even sculpting that little moment there, the idea of like, we didn't have the music come in right away. We actually wanted him to feel so alone that the music isn't even present and you're just hearing the wind kind of go by. And then we would sit there and look, you know, literally moving the music like frame by frame, sort of like, well, what if we started there, you know? And it's that kind of like detail that was going into it. So much of those moments were crafted much later on, but the theme is actually something that was initially written, you know, for the funeral. Actually, that's that Marva idea, but a totally new piece, a totally new, you know, cello kind of octet of that piece. So there was so much that went on in that, and there were new ideas that obviously I would be inspired by each episode of what to do. The last thing I would say is about Narkina 5, for example. That was an example where I had no idea that scope was really coming, actually. And when I saw the episode, I remember talking to Tony and just being like, I have to come up with a whole new set of themes now, actually, within the next 5 days to figure this out. So there was a constant set of new ideas and new things that had to be written later.
So we come full circle with the series back on Ferrex, and I mean, where do we talk about where we leave Cassian, and if you can give us any hints on where he's going?
Yeah, I mean, it took him a year, and he climbed up out of the ditch, and he went through an incredible number of life experiences and personal experiences, and he's been exposed to the rebellion, and he's tried to push it away, and he's tried to be a cynic, and he's tried to be a mercenary, and he's tried to pretend to do it, and he's led a mini rebellion of his own in a prison and seen what that felt like, and his mother has finally inspired him, and he's joined the rebellion. We're never going back on that. He's a committed member now. There's no more that debate. That internal debate is over. And we will now track him, and you know, the 20 or 30 so characters that we're continuing with, we will track them now over the next 4 years. It'll be, each block of 3 will be 1 year apart. So we'll do 3 episodes, we'll drop a year. When we come back, it'll be a year later. And it'll be over a short period of time, and then we'll drop a year, and we'll come back for a short period of time, we'll drop a year. And our final scene of the show, we've never made any secret about it, we've been saying it from the very first junket. The final scene of the show is him walking out to the ship to go to the Rings of Kaffrine. I mean, we're walking you into the film, so we're taking you right to that moment.
Oh my God!
And we're gonna let you know how he got there, what it cost him, the power of the journey that isn't entirely self-directed. There's a lot of circumstance that's brought him to this. There's something very special about where he ends up and what his role is, and we want to pay homage to that. And we will pay off and hopefully stick the landing on every emotional piece of all the characters that you care about. I mean, that's our goal.
Whew. Wowee. How's filming going? Filming going good?
Filming is going great.
It's going great. It's going great.
Can I say something? Because I mean, I want to thank you first. Yeah. We never get to share this, and we've been living a lot of these. Kathy, Tony, myself, a few of the other actors, but we never get to share this love with the people that actually do the show, you know? We always talk about them, but I love that Star Wars Celebration gives us the opportunity to actually interact and say this loud and clear, that we are very lucky to be working with you and with your teams and with everyone that's not here, because this makes the ride worth it. You know, we're learning every day from the work these guys do, and when I put a jacket on, I own the jacket, and that's because of the amount of time and energy put behind that piece of wardrobe. Same thing in the stage, and we wouldn't be able to do a show like this if we were not working with the best, and it's kind of nice to have a chance to thank the work of the whole team.
I'm so excited to have Neal Scanlon here with me from the Creature Shop. Hello, sir.
Hello, thank you.
Oh, you've got a lot of stuff going on this weekend. You've got a couple panels, a showcase, and then a whole big creature cantina that you're doing on Saturday.
We have, yeah. We're really looking forward to it. We're rehearsing at the moment, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited because you've brought so many wonderful, wonderful creatures with you, and you know how obsessed I am with these good fuzzy boys. So I was hoping you would take me through and tell me about some of these guys that we're seeing.
Sure, absolutely.
Let's start with this guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so many of them are creatures that are performed by people. So this is a person in a suit. It's a classic Star Wars kind of way of doing things. And, you know, when we do a creature like this, we try and put some sort of little backstory with it. So, you know, the whole idea that this maybe is a mole and that, you know, the claws, all of those sort of things. And that just helps us build a little bit of an idea of not only how do we make the design, how does that lead us, but also to the performer inside, how that person operates and enjoys that character. It's quite a simple little guy, but, you know, given a great performance, he'll live his own life. Yeah.
How do you decide what species wear pants?
So I think if they're human-esque, clothing is advisable.
Yeah. But then, like, when do you do a Donald Duck, and then when do you go full on? This is a society of pants.
Should we say naked anatomy is a driving force in all of this as well?
Gotcha.
I mean, you're not going to put a set of pants on Jabba, are you? Because here, you know, great. So, a lot of the times, you look at something and you just go, where's the modesty line on all of this, and where does the point in which it becomes a little ridiculous? Yeah.
What's making somebody like this, obviously heavily inspired, like you said, by moles? What were some of your favorite details to put into a creature like this?
Well, I think the things like the fingers, the claws. You know, I think just generally. A lot of what we do is so performance-based that once that character takes on its position and it becomes mole-like, then, you know, that is really what we're kind of working to. So we're working to not only the details, but also what the actual finished thing is, because to us, we just want it to live as a creature, I mean, we see these things as statics right now, but really, you know, like all the things, it's best to see them in the film, isn't it? Yeah.
What is the process when you're working on something so gigantic like this? Because that's still operated by somebody, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And many moons ago, when I worked for the wonderful Jim Henson, and we were building characters for a film called Labyrinth, there was this character called Ludo, and it was in so many ways classic Jim Henson. You know, there's one person in here that's a lazy arm, the other arm is operated with a wire, and it just felt to us that was our role model for a character like this. So. The challenge is to, you know, create something large enough and heavy enough and with enough sort of feeling of presence, and yet still give that to as much as you can to one person. And so, Ludo, the character Ludo in Labyrinth was his the inspiration for this character, and was a homage to that. Absolutely, that was the purpose behind it.
I love Ludo so much. The Brock's friend.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah, and wonderful. So yeah, that's what he represents. A Star Wars version of a Labyrinth character, Ludo. Yeah.
When somebody's inside a suit that size, what is like the support structure for that?
So typically on this, there'll be a very lightweight carbon fiber version that always comes back to a backpack. You know, your back is your strong point. These guys that perform these are strong, athletic types. And so we're very careful to sort of take advice and understand how to spread the center of gravity and all of those things. And then everything's built off that to hang and float and to be as easy to move as possible. And so when you stretch the anatomy so far, then lightweight is everything. So he's made of carbon fiber. We've used as many lightweight techniques. The girls and team that fabricate the insides of that and allow it to flex. It's all holes. It's all aerated. So yeah, he's actually a very challenging, technically produced character, even though he is in many ways a pure puppet, a pure human-based puppet, you know.
So amazing.
Yeah.
So amazing. Okay, we got to talk about Nien Nub.
Yeah,
we gotta.
absolutely. Yep,
we gotta.
Yep. Well, Mike Quinn, who originally played this, also played it for us this time too. So that's, isn't that the icing on the cake? Yeah. And whenever we come to do a character like this, I mean, hands down, we absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, can do nothing but try to replicate the original. I mean, in no way, shape or form do I believe that I have either the authority or the arrogancy to believe that I can make it better than the original. So all we try to do is just make it as authentic as possible. And to then put the same performer in it is just, as I say, then we really feel we are doing justice to the legacy that we all love.
Yeah. And I would imagine, I mean, even though you're trying to get as close to the original look as possible, materials, technology, things like that have come much farther in order to like make it comfortable, make it easy to perform, maybe make him do a little bit more than he was able to do originally.
Yeah, I think certainly materials, technologies, techniques, all those things are evolving all the time. Making him more than he did before, ooh, dangerous ground to me. You know, I mean, again, I think I'm a real believer in charm, and that there is something quintessentially wonderful about the Star Wars characters. And so, again, when we tread on hallowed ground, one sort of says, well, no, he should just do what he did before. He lived and he was wonderful in those days. He's wonderful today. Yeah.
And then sneaking out, hiding in the shadows back there, Constable Zuvio.
Yeah. One of our very first and early characters that we made for the very beginning of Force Awakens. We are finding our feet at this point. We're a new group of people, not really sure what we're doing, terrified of what we're doing, in fact. And here is a kind of, what I might say, our idea of what the Star Wars language is, which is that you clearly know that this is a strange and unusual and not human creature, but we're not revealing very much. Right. Pair of eyes, a little bit of sort of skin tone, but in all other senses of the word, it could be the person next door, and it kind of feels like that's, you know. And when I look at that now, I can see a kind of a confidence, but not an utter confidence, where we're tentatively stepping towards the right direction.
Yeah, and I think that's so fascinating. Is when you say confidence is the ability. I must imagine when you're designing creatures, you want to go all out, and you want to be able to like. We know exactly what this anatomy is, and we want to show it off, and we want it to be able to do all these wonderful things. But like, there has to be a line of simplicity too, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things we always say about Star Wars characters, so many, is that you can recognize them in the silhouette. I can just draw an outline, I can ink it in, Yoda. I know what Yoda looks like, whether, I don't need any detail. And so that simplicity is very much part of, as I say, I think the sort of beloved world that we're in. And so absolutely, one side of you tempts you to sort of go, well, we can push the boundaries here and we can do this. But I think you always have to remain within the world that George created. So you have to restrain yourself sometimes. So it's a tender steps. Let's push it this way. Let's show off a little bit here. Let's show everybody what we're good at. But at the same time, let's not just sort of walk rampantly over all of this wonderful stuff that has come before us.
But then sometimes you have to make a very detailed shrimp boy.
Yeah, and your description is as good as mine, I have to say. Wonderful. Wonderful. A little moment in Rogue, and will live for me forevermore as he's snoring away. Kieran Shah, one of the all-time great performers that we've worked with, who's worked on just every production in the world. He has performed many of the smaller heighted characters that we have, and this one in particular was him. I remember Tony Gilroy shooting this, and he just found a really great little way to use a character like this. Very much Star Wars. I mean, he is he's his own entity, he's his own size, he has his own presence in company, and slightly makes me smile, and I think that's so important again. That when you said about trying to make things better and do this, you can do that, but if you lose that slight sense of humour that again, so many of the characters in Star Wars need, then you lose their soul a little, and you're smiling, and he makes me smile. He's fun, isn't he?
He is, and I love, like you said, the smaller characters, or the characters that have a bit of humor with them, but like, he's dressed for battle. He's ready to go. He's taking this just as seriously as anybody else, and that's what I love about it.
Yeah, well, you know, in the early days when we were in pre-production with Gareth Edwards and we were looking at this, we had him doing somersaults, barrel rolls, he had guns, and, you know, he's a killing machine.
Yeah.
I mean, really, yeah.
Look into those eyes, you can tell.
Absolutely, you wouldn't mind dying with somebody like that. You're going to have to go, you may as well go laughing and enjoying the moment.
This is so good. I mean, so many of these are wonderful, and you are showing off a bunch of these and talking about some of this process in the Creature Cantina this weekend here.
Yeah. I mean, it's an event that we all love to do. We kind of, you know, we get spirited in the workshop, and we're just hoping to keep each presentation fresh. So I would absolutely say to anybody, if you've seen one before this, you have not seen this one before. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So check it out. Thank you, Neal.
Not at all. Thank you.
Booth with our new friend Brian. Hello, Brian.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good.
Wonderful. What can you tell me about what you have on offer here?
Yeah, so super excited to be here. We're back at Star Wars Celebration. Had a great year last year. Expect the same this year. We have a full range of Star Wars, Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, classic prequels, smartwatch bands for Apple and Samsung and Android.
Do you have anything from the Clone Wars?
We do. In fact, it is our show exclusive. We have Captain Rex in a handmade Spanish leather strap, debossed with the Clone Wars, and there's an Easter egg inside with his CT number on the inside of the band. Only 100 of these made, available here, and going fast.
Oh, Brian, never tell me the odds.
Yeah, nice.
Wonderful. All right, I love that.
Yep, very fun.
But I also can't help but find, we've got Han Solo over here, it would look like.
Yes, so we have another launch today, not a show exclusive, but the global release today at Star Wars Celebration. So this is a 3D sculpted Han Solo band that is Han Solo in carbonite with Han Solo and then the controls at the bottom. And custom matching watch faces. So all the straps come with custom matching watch faces that complete the look, right? So there's a QR code through our app that helps you complete the look.
Can you unfreeze him?
We can, if Leia shows up.
Okay, all right. We'll wait for Leia.
Yeah.
Any bushes out there?
Yeah, even more fun. So this is the official 3D mold from Lucasfilm that we use to not only create the strap, but also to create this full-size Han Solo in carbonite that you can come by and get a selfie with. So if Boba Fett or Stormtroopers or Leia want to come by, he is here, ready.
Or anybody.
Or anybody, really, yeah.
Only Boba Fett's, Leia, and Stormtroopers.
Right.
Be very stern about this.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Very fun, yeah. Made in Spain, in Madrid, sculpted from the official mold. So very, very fun.
Yeah, and it's like I'm looking at twins.
Yeah, exactly. Same exact file. Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. All right, thank you so much, Brian, and stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration Live. We're sad that Andor has come to an end, but our friends at Lucasfilm Archives have brought us these amazing props from season 1.
All right, let's take a look. First off, we've got Lucen's Sky Kyber crystal necklace.
It's a Quati signet. Blue Kyber, Skystone, the ancient world.
You can see him hand this off to Cassian right before he takes off on his journey in Aldhani. This is actually made out of crushed glass.
Ooh, may I?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, it's so pretty. Is this going to start an argument between you and I?
Yes.
I knew you were lying. I knew it.
And here we have Nemec's manifesto.
Oh, rest in peace.
He said to give this to you. He insisted.
This is recorded with both text and audio using the buttons. and it currently holds the manifesto for the rebellion.
That's very cool. It looks like a space Walkman, but for writers.
Yeah, exactly. This is also Nemec's Astronav.
One of the best navigational tools ever built.
It calculates the position of stars, and it also allows the rebellion to plot an untraceable course.
Once you've mastered it, you're free.
It's really great that this tool is made out of a Polaroid instant camera, considering that this is a device that was used in the 70s when the original trilogy was filmed, and they've went ahead and made sure that a lot of their props are made from pieces from that era as well.
That's very smart. It feels so otherworldly, even though it's a little familiar.
Yeah, exactly. This is an Aldani chronometer. I know the design happens to look like a watch, but it's actually not counting time. It's a countdown mechanism. With a chronometer, the countdown is actually a hexagon, not the symbols underneath. It's basically a way to synchronize watches without using time or numbers.
What is this counting down to? This is counting down to the Aldani heist?
Yes.
Right?
Time check.
Falling behind.
And here we have the Starpath unit that Cassian stole. It includes the Imperial symbol right in the middle, as well as these crystals.
Are those black kyber crystals?
They're actually vector crystals, and they're used to calculate the jumps through hyperspace.
There's so much tiny detail put into it for something you don't see on screen for that long.
Here we have Luthen's billfold.
Either you got my money or you don't.
The design is actually meant to resemble credit cards.
He kind of just flicks it open.
That's
with
right.
a lot of panache. High roller, Coruscant style. I love all the design work on all these pieces, but what's this symbol?
This symbol is meant to define what a credit is. So unlike an ingot or an Imperial credit, this actually notates that this is for charging.
It's like space chip and pin.
Here we have the Time Grappler's hammer. Kristen, you want to give it a go?
Yes! Oh, I thought you'd never ask. Oh my goodness, it's very heavy. This is substantial. Gorgeous and heavy, and I would like 2 of these, please.
And lastly, we have Marva's brick. It lists right here her birth date, her name, and her death date. This is all written in a new language known as Baziz, and the dates are in reference to the Coruscant Reckoning calendar.
This is probably one of my favorite pieces, just story point wise. It has so much symbolism, but it's also just cool looking.
Well, everything about the design of Ferrix and the idea that it's supposed to be an industrial planet and that the people of the planet become part of the town is really touching.
Thank you so much. These are all so amazing. See you again around season 2?
Sure.
Awesome.
Oh, listen, call me naive, but did you know that sometimes elected politicians have a secret double life we never know about? It is shocking, I know. But thanks to our next guest, we watched as a galactic senator turned into the leader of a rebellion to take down the Empire. Please say hello to my hero, Mon Mothma herself, Genevieve O'Reilly. Oh my stars, Genevieve. Thank you for coming back. It is wonderful to see you.
Oh, it's so lovely to be here. Thank you for being so kind.
This is wonderful because Mon Mothma is a character that you have been playing for so long, and yet you have only recently been able, through Andor, to kind of dive in and really explore the character. How's it been playing this character for decades?
I mean, I feel extraordinarily fortunate to have had the opportunity to play her at different times in her life and at different times in my life. I think you're right. This is a different experience because of Tony Gilroy's writing because of the space he's given to explore her as a senator, as a wife, as a mother, to look at her as a woman.
Yeah, and it's been so wonderful to watch the way Tony's scripts and also the way everybody has been playing the show of playing against what we know and our expectations. And you've really taken advantage of the fact that we haven't seen a lot of Mon Mothma in the past. And so we have this very specific view of what a perfect and wonderful leader she is and how idealistic and all of this. And was it fun to kind of just rip my heart out about that, Genevieve? Was it fun to ruin that for me?
Yeah, apologies. But I guess I always felt that she was in every iteration, including when Caroline Blakeston first originated her in Return of the Jedi, she was a bit of a pillar. She was like this statue of dignity and of loyalty, and I think we're busy carving out a woman within that at the moment. And so we find in Andor, like all of Tony's characters in Andor, that they're complicated, that they're gritty, that they're messy, that they're passionate, and that each of them carries a sacrifice. And I think that's what we're exploring right now as we're filming season 2.
Oh, and by the end of season 1, yeah. And by the end of season 1, your heart is really breaking for Mon. You know, like watching her try to keep all of these threads in place. And I have this thing that I call it Mon Mothma's couch of sadness. Do you know, because every time Mon Mothma has somebody over to her apartment and you sit down on that couch, I'm like, whose life is about to go down the drain?
Yeah.
Who's about to have the worst day of their life right now?
It's never good, is it?
It's never good.
I mean, it's not a comedy, that's for sure.
Oh, man. But you know, talking about those emotional moments, you have so many wonderful kind of monologues and dialogues, bits of dialogue with people. Was there any line that really stuck out or moment that stuck out to you and you were like, oh yes, like this is it, like this is the show?
Yeah, do you know there was? I mean, the writing on this show is so special, and so there are many lines. But I remember, in fact, there's 2 lines, but I think it was around episode 7. She says it in one of the scenes. She's talking to Tay Colma, and she says, "What people say about me, what people know about me, it's a lie." And then later on, she talks about Palpatine, and she says, "I show you the stone in my hand, and you'll miss the knife at your throat."
Yes.
And I thought that was amazing. I thought, because she's all about, like you said before, she's all about what she can conceal, the secrets that she can hold, what she can hide, how she can navigate her way through an imperial senate while believing and holding the ideals that she believes. Like, it's a whole chasm and chaos of concealment.
Yeah, and it's really wonderful to watch the design, the visual language of the show kind of reflect that, right? Because when we see her apartment and her family and her wardrobe, everything that she wears, everything is just perfect. You immediately see Mon Mothma's apartment or like what she's wearing and you're just like, I want to live there, I want to do that.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
I want to live there.
I know, it's beautiful.
I want to do that.
Was there like anything, because she is so iconic looking. Was there anything where you put it on, you're like, this comes home with me, this is mine now? This is Mon, but this is also Genevieve now?
Well, props to Michael Wilkinson, our costume designer, and Luke Hull, our production designer.
Yeah, it's a beautiful show.
They are...
Beautiful show.
I often say that her costumes in Andor, Michael and his team didn't make the costumes, they curated the costumes. They're like pieces of architecture themselves. So, and I think they really changed the way we see Mon Mothma, how we see her, what an extraordinary woman she is. And so it's a joy to be able to wear them. To be honest with you, I don't want to wear them in my home. They're not that comfortable. They're pretty structured, so I'm happy to leave them at work if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it is funny, like watching like the duality of appearances with Mon Mothma and Luthen Rael.
Yeah, they're amazing.
in his shop.
Yeah.
And the
gallery.
The gallery. Sorry. Luthen Rael does not say he's not a shopkeeper. I'm sorry. He's a curator. But watching the two of you play those scenes off of each other, where you should be the two most aligned people in the world.
Yeah.
And you just can't be. What was sort of playing those particular Mon Mothma Luthen Rael scenes like? Because those are some of my favorite in the show.
Well, Stellan Skarsgård, who plays Luthen Rael,
pretty good. He's pretty good.
Extraordinary actor.
Ask anybody, they'll tell you Stellan Skarsgård, pretty good.
I mean, and it was such a treat for me to get to work with Stellan, to get to play together, and we were kind of like kids in a candy shop. But you're right, you think that these two should be hand in hand, but I think that's what Andor does so well, because at this point, there is no collective rebellion. They're all just, the seeds of oppression are just growing within many different spheres. So we don't have one voice, and everyone is trying to find each other, to have a collective voice. And so I think as much as they need each other, they also really differ in how they might approach things and how they do things, but that makes space for good drama, and that's what Tony's writing is all about.
Yeah, we were talking to Denise and Kyle earlier about sort of a similar thing on the side of the Imperials, where it's like, it's almost like just living in society and doing your job every day. You get turned off to like the effect of what you do and how that affects society, and just sort of like, if you're an Imperial officer, you're probably working in a cubicle. If you're Mon Mothma, you're probably going to meetings all day. And it's like, it's been wild to watch that sort of been brought to Star Wars, that sort of character tone, that sort of thing where it's like, no, this could be everybody.
I think that's what Andor is one of the many beautiful things about this piece and about being part of this piece, is that Tony Gilroy and our writers and our creators are using the genre of science fiction, but what they're really doing is holding up a mirror to us and our humanity.
Yeah.
And so it speaks to all of us, and it's very prescient.
Yeah. It's been absolutely wonderful to watch the first season, and it seems, talking to all of you, there's such a respect and a love for each other, and it really feels like this is a team that's like, you're all on the same page, and it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary group of people. Everybody working at the height of their craft and of our profession. The writers, the artists, the set decorators, the props makers, the creatures. I was working with Derek, who works, you will all know him, he does so many of the creatures, and I was, just the joy to get to work with these people who are at the height of their own profession.
Yes.
And for us all to get to share in it together. It's a really special group, and it's, I hope you love it, because it's really special to be able to share it with you.
Yeah. I think it is so wonderful. It is such a unique thing within Star Wars. It has its own voice, but it does feel extremely Star Wars, and you've all been doing such a wonderful job with it. Is there anything you can tell us about season 2 or things to look forward to?
I mean, I can't wait for you to see season 2. I mean, we're in the middle of it. We're filming it right now. We were working, today's what? What day is it today? Friday?
It's Friday.
So we're working till yesterday. We start back on Monday. We're really waist deep in it. Season 1 sets everybody up. You have these almost parallel stories Obviously, in season 2, we jump forward a year every 3 episodes. So it drives, it has a focus, it has a laser, it is more dangerous, more passionate, more emotional, and more thrilling, if that's even possible. And it's going to be a really exciting piece of work.
Oh my. Well, we are so looking forward to it. And we are so looking forward to seeing more of you as Mon Mothma. Genuinely one of my favorite characters in Star Wars. So wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Genevieve.
Thank you, and thank you all so much.
Genevieve O'Reilly, everybody. Mon Mothma. We'll be back with more Star Wars Celebration live in just a moment.
Something's coming. Something dark. I sense it.
This is a new beginning. For some, war. For others, power.
It's been a while. Things have changed. I started hearing whispers about Thrawn's return as heir to the Empire. We have to prepare for the worst. The Jedi fell a long time ago. There aren't many left.
Perhaps it is time to begin again.
Last year, audiences were enthralled with the daring series Andor, wondering where will the story go next and how can they possibly top the stellar first season. Here to hopefully give us a little more insight is the executive producer and showrunner for Andor, Tony Gilroy. And he brought someone else with him too. Andor himself, Diego Luna! That is quite the reception.
Wow.
I think they like your show a little bit.
What?
Just a little.
What?
I think they like Andor. I'm just going to yell over the yelling. We're all very excited to have you here.
Wow, what a thing. Wow. All right.
Saludos.
Now, the last time you were at a Star Wars Celebration, Andor hadn't arrived yet. No one had seen it. What's it like getting this kind of reception today, but also just the fan reaction to season 1?
I'm gonna tell you, as a writer, I don't know how many other writers have ever just seen what I've seen. I'm gonna tell you, this is every writer's dream. And I know there's a few writers in this room, I'm sure. This does not happen. So, okay.
It's a little overwhelming.
This will not happen to you. It's not happening to me.
This is all a dream.
It's amazing. I mean, yeah. First of all, let me just say that you are amazing. I mean, this day has been very special. We worked really hard, you know, and we had an idea of the love around the Star Wars, but there's no way to see this coming, you know, this energy of being around you after we deliver one season, and while we are working on the second one, this means a lot to see that you care about what we do. It's so special, like. Yeah. And we will, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to set and tell everyone what we went through, because this energy needs to spread on set. You know, everyone doing our Andor has to know that you guys care so much about what we do.
Hopefully some of them are watching it right now. Since we're live streaming, they can watch it from set. I know some folks are probably still working diligently today. Diego, I wanted to talk a little bit, go back to the beginning on Cassian for just a moment, and then we'll talk more about season 2, I hope, if you'll allow it.
Let's do that.
So Cassian, of course, we met in Rogue One. He's a completely different character than the Cassian we now know from Andor season 1. How do you handle that complexity of this character and still make him someone that I personally want to root for? Does everybody here want to root for Cassian Andor? Got some Cassian fans.
I think... Eso, sí.
Yes.
Eso, un saludo a todos los que hablan español por aquí, ¿eh? Que sé que son muchos. Gracias por su apoyo, la verdad. Qué chingón saber que están aquí. Sorry, I'm gonna switch to English. Basically, I think Cassian is just a regular guy, someone making choices in a world that is very difficult, you know, to survive in, and it's trying to succeed in finding what's there for him. I see just a regular guy that happens to be at the beginning of first season in this horrible circumstance, you know? There is no other way out, you know? And I believe
it's... one way out?
Exactly. Wow! But I think Tony does something amazing in the way he writes that scene, where the moment where he chooses to pull the trigger, you know, there's no other way. There's nothing else he could do. And you are with him. And you know that his life is about to change in that moment. And we live it from, we're not judging it from the outside. We are with him, you know. He went there to look for his sister, and now he finds himself in this moment, and he has to do it. He has to do it. It's very dramatic, but it's also very realistic. How many times we found ourselves in a situation that we say, like, we don't want to be this person now, but we have to, you know? I love how it starts and how complex it makes the whole journey, you know. And it doesn't apply if you're looking for in storytelling for good and bad, you know, and to choose right away who's going to be the hero and who are you going to regret their actions. Well, this is not that serious. This is about people, real people, with their flaws and contradictions, and all of that is there from the start, you know?
Absolutely, and it all comes down to gorgeous writing, Tony. Gorgeous. I absolutely, personally love everything about what you've done with this series. But Diego, to your point, it is a difficult world. You've built a lot of duality into this. You give us a fresh perspective on the Empire, and we're also seeing behind closed doors of the Republic with what Mon Mothma is going through. Of course, Genevieve was just out here moments ago. What did you want to make sure that audiences understood deeply at their core, in their bones, about both of these factions, the Empire and the Republic, in a way that we had never seen before in previous Star Wars storytelling?
I want to engage you emotionally all the time. I want you to feel as if everything that you're seeing exists and that it exists off the frame. And everybody knows, I mean, everybody here knows all kinds of people. You know, the neighbor that you despise and the boss that you hate, or the children that you love, whatever it is. There's no division of heroes and villains in our lives. It's a distinction that we make based on what we feel. So the whole thing for me is I want you to live through all of them. You know, and the Empire is evil at its core for an evil purpose, but the practitioners of that, the people who make it happen, are ordinary people. I mean, we don't have to go back and, I mean, it's an easy analogy to the Nazis, but I mean, you go along, people go along. Well, it's, sometimes you're making your purchase orders. Sometimes you're, you know, putting the next piece of the Death Star on the conveyor belt. I want you to live inside all of these people, and that's what I care about.
All right, I gotta ask about that next piece of the Death Star on the conveyor as well. I'm sorry, spoilers, spoilers. It's okay. When did you come up with the idea that Cassian was literally building the thing that will ultimately kill him?
We had a very short 5-day writer's room with my brother Dan Gilroy and Bo Willimon and Luke Hull, who's our production designer, was there, and Zana Wallenberg was there watching. And we just blitzed through. I had about 100 pages of stuff, and the beginning and the end, but we wanted a prison, and we didn't want to do a prison, as I said before, we didn't want to do a prison unless we could do something absolutely spectacular and fresh, because there's so many great prison movies, and if we can't do it, then if we can't find something new. And at some point, I really don't remember, and they don't remember either, someone said, well, what about electric floors? And we're like, oh, well, what about this? And this prison started to emerge, this behavioral. And we went back the next day, and then we have to start figuring out what it is they're making and how many guys on the floor and what should it be like. And it's like building a watch. What are you going to do? And I think everybody kind of jumped on the idea right away. It's like, well, what if he's building the thing that's going to kill him, you know? And we were really surprised that I think some people must have picked up on it along the way. But we were really surprised at the number of people that were actually shocked by when we thought that would be, but it came up in the planning.
Diego, when did you find out about?
I mean, it was pretty clear. I mean, and I happen to know the
He's
writer.
a producer on the show.
I happen to know the writer also. I tend to have dinners with him.
Yeah.
We're still
open
talking.
bottles of wine, you know,
still
and
friends.
we talk about life and what we're doing. And no, of course, I'm part of the process, which is a beautiful thing, because, you know, as actors, normally you get there when things are already moving forward, when everything is designed and built, you know, and it's so nice to be part of a project when it's just ideas, when it's sketches. I've been witnessing the process of Luke, of Michael, of like the whole team, and it's a beautiful thing, because the moment I'm on set, I own everything, you know. I understand why we are dressed the way we are, why we are sitting where we are, and if you have a question, you can make it when it's time, you know. There's so many things that like we actors do that are wrong, but one is like, oh, does it really have to be this table? And you go like, no, it is this table. We are shooting, you know?
Right.
So if you're gonna question something, make sure it's time for that question to have an impact and an action, you know? And here I was invited from the beginning, which is great, yeah. I'm spoiled now.
Yeah, yeah. One of the things I love most about Andor is the monologues. You one-upped yourself, I think, a couple of times where I thought, this might be the finest monologue I've ever heard in Star Wars, and then the next week, a new monologue. What makes for a good Star Wars monologue in your mind, Tony?
You know, and then to the writers out there, I mean, look, you have to have, the musket has to be packed. I mean, there has to be some momentum behind it. So you can't just have somebody, I've done that though. I started a movie once with a monologue like that. But it has to be, the person has to be in an emotional state to give it. You have to understand what it is they want to say, and it can't be some bogus thing that they just want to be speaking. It has to be worthy of the moment. But I'll be really honest with you. I've written a lot of them. I mean, we did Devil's Advocate, and I mean, I've written all kinds of, I've written a speech for the presidents and all kinds of things. They're not the most difficult thing to write, for me anyway. They're actually, they're not transactional. It's really about the potency of the ideas and what's there, but there are much getting 8 people in a room that you're introducing for the first time that are speaking together, that are trying to tell you something important, that's really difficult. Writing the scenes for Cyril and Edie, those little micro scenes, you know, getting on the frequency to write Cyril and Edie is in many ways more complicated than writing Andy Serkis's big speech at the end, because you know what he's got to say. And you know what, you know, I mean, and the poetry's the poetry, and you have time to think about it, but they're not, and you don't want to think of them as sporting events either. They have to be legit. You don't want to say, oh, I'm gonna, you know, let's get one in here. It's not like that.
Yeah, put it in front of Stellan Skarsgård. It is legit.
It helps to
very
have
legit
Stellan
very
Skarsgård.
quickly.
It helps to have Andy Serkis.
Absolutely.
That really gives you it helps to have Fiona Shaw.
Fiona Shaw, you know.
It gives you a big leg up.
When you mentioned Cyril Edie, who I love, I also couldn't help but think of Cassian and Marva, another mother-son duo from the show, and Fiona's amazing speech/monologue at the very end there in the final episode.
I mean, that's like a gimme. You get to the point you go, oh my God, she's gonna die, and we have a hologram. And we did the hologram with Mads and Rogue, so there was like, oh, you know, these things are really powerful. And like, oh my God, if you could give your own eulogy, it's sort of everybody's fantasy, isn't it? Maybe not everybody's fantasy, but certainly not everybody's family's fantasy to have your, yeah, Granny's gonna tell you what she really thinks now. But boy, talk about packing the musket. I mean, and the whole key to that speech is, there's one line, what'd she say? Oh, I remember when I came here when I was like 9 years old with my sister and we held hands all the way. And you get that line and you write that line and you go, oh man, that's everything. So she's been coming here her whole life. They do this all the time. Even when I'm saying it, it breaks my heart, you know?
Yeah.
And so if it breaks your own heart, then it's gonna break somebody else's heart.
It broke my heart. It broke my heart over and over and over again, and I just kept watching it anyway. Glutton for punishment. All right, I promised we would try to talk about season 2, so if we may, are we still excited about season 2? Yeah.
It's gonna be a short talk, right? I mean, you're not gonna get us anything. You're not gonna get anything from it.
Let's see.
We've been tested. You have the really cool swag jacket, but I don't know.
you.
And also the chair and the tools are really impressive. These
You see the.
are these torture
Oh,
season
now
2
we're
tools?
now we're just vamping a little bit, I think. I won't. I promise not to torture you.
All right, go
but
ahead.
Thank you.
isn't that heavy though? That is.
It is heavy. It is
heft
heavy.
to it, right?
Yes, it's not. This is not a prop.
It's not a prop.
No.
This
We
is
should probably
definitely
glue
not
that
a
down.
prop. But anyway, yes.
All right. I know you can't tell us much, spoilers and all that, but Diego, I'll start with you. What do you have in store for us for season 2?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's simple. I just want to add something about the monologues, first of all.
Sure.
That, I mean, the simple answer is that when Tony Gilroy writes them, something else happens, you know? And it's because of that. It's because he's writing from the heart. Like, you don't write to break people's hearts. You write from the heart, and that breaks people's hearts, you know? So I think the monologues here are not about information. They're just about the soul, you know, of the characters. And it's the moment they almost say what you already know. And having the characters say it establishes a connection that is really strong. I mean, anyway, I wanted to say that. Sorry. But season 2, it's the, what am I gonna say? Nothing. It's the 4 years before Rogue One. It ends in the moment Rogue One starts. We're hoping you watch it and right away you see Rogue One. You'll see a different film. You'll see it through a different, you know, perspective. And you know that Cassian, so much has to happen to this character. He's in, but he doesn't know what he just stepped in, you know? He doesn't speak the language. He said, kill me or let me in, but now he has to find out what it means to be part of that and what's needed from him, you know, and become a spy, basically.
I can't believe you ended the season like that and then made us all wait.
Oh, God, well, we did. Yeah.
How dare. No.
All right, I mean, everyone knows we're going to go 4 years, as he said. What can I tell you? I mean, think about the revolution and think about it from Luthen Rael's point of view and Saw Gerrera's point of view and Mon Mothma's point of view. And they've started off as original gangsters in this thing, and it's underground, and it's secret, and it's small, and it's isolated and contained. And now, in 4 years, it's going to go big. So think about any restaurant that you knew that started off as a coffee shop and turned. Think about any startup company. What happens? And things get very, very complicated. And if your stock and trade of your business is paranoia and secrecy and betrayal and heavy consequences, expanding your business is really difficult. And then think about it from the Imperial side, and they are getting very, very close to a very important energy project. People may have heard of it. It's an energy project. And so I guess that's not a surprise, but I think you'll see the wear and tear. You'll see all the stresses, all the heartbreak and all the triumph of the 20 or 30 people that we're carrying forward with Cassian at the center. You'll see those people stumble forward into a very complicated bit of chaos and history that we will pay attention to. So for the people that are here, you know, the people that are really care about canon and the people that are really, and this audience is just, you know, we're going to really try to, we're gonna work the calendar. There's events on our calendar, and you know what they are, some of them, and they're very important, and we will play those out. I will say one thing, because it is a moment of quiet and everybody's here. Like, this audience, not this audience, right? This is why we got to make the show. I mean, no, it's not, and it's not like, it's not a bullshit, like, I'm not, like, seriously, when you leave, whatever else, you are investors in our show in a way you don't even understand, because it's your passionate, insane loyalty that gave Disney the guts to gamble on something like this. If we don't have you, we can't play this hard.
Well said. Well said.
So I'm not telling you anything else.
That's it. That's all right. Andor season 2, it's complicated. Thank you both so much for being here.
I need to interrupt you because I
You are
also,
more than welcome
I have
to
a
interrupt
feeling you're about to kick us out. You started like that, you know, like
Started to play you
when
off,
you
I
start
know.
like, oh well, you go like shit. I'm gonna be in my car in minutes, and I know this is because this gets to be seen everywhere in Latin America. It's yes, everyone's awake. So I'm just gonna send a quick message to everyone watching this from afar.
Yes.
Un saludo a todos en América Latina. Este evento fue en Londres, pero desde aquí les mando un abrazo y les agradezco a nombre de todo el equipo de Andor el apoyo, el cariño, y estamos ya haciendo la temporada 2 gracias a que ustedes vieron el show. Así que muchísimas, muchísimas gracias. There's even Mexican flags here. What is this? Sorry.
No,
you were
no,
saying.
absolutely no. You know, if it were up to me, we would just continue talking all day, but unfortunately it's not. Thank you both so much. Gracias for being here. I know you have a whole season of television to work on, so we are going to let you go, but Tony Gilroy and Diego Luna, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
More Star Wars Celebration live from London coming up in just a minute. Don't you move a muscle.
Do you have a Star Wars obsessed youngling at home? Then you'll want to share Star Wars Kids with them. Star Wars Kids is the best place on the internet for families to learn all about a galaxy far, far away. Our exciting original series and educational shorts ensure that your littlest ones will have no problem taking their first steps into the larger world of Star Wars. So check us out online today, only at StarWarsKids.com and YouTube.com/Star Wars Kids.
You're welcome. No, I'm just Our next guest began his journey with The Mandalorian, writing and directing the fan favorite episode, The Prisoner. Well, 3 years later, he's still writing and directing episodes, but is also executive producing the show as well. And he's being joined by the newest member of the Children of the Watch. Give it up for the multi-talented Rick Famuyiwa and Katie Sackhoff! I'm not gonna say it.
This is the way. I took your thunder.
You know? So say we all.
I mean,
You gotta
right?
do it.
I had to. No, Katie.
You gotta do it.
Yes!
I mean, right?
Yep.
Have I taken up enough of the...
Listen, Katie was giving lessons on that backstage, and I'm just saying, You should charge for it. You're great.
It takes a lot of effort to look like you're not putting effort into something. Little do they know, like we sat there forever trying to figure out the right pose, and there were many tries before that one.
Yeah, that's the one that won.
That was a boss move, and we all know it.
Yeah.
And you're one of those people that can pull that off, and it does look super effortless, because you're you.
Good. Thank you.
Now, this season, Katie, we've seen your character dealing with a lot of internal struggles. How do you approach portraying Beau's subtext to the forefront?
You know, Beau is an incredibly complicated woman, you know, and I think this season the most important thing was I really wanted to start her in a place of complete loss. She'd given up. She's lost everything at this point, you know. She's lost her home, she's lost her people, she's lost her sister, she's lost the Darksaber, she's lost everything. And I think that she's second-guessing everything that she's done up to this point. And so I think that with Beau, it's literally just a lot of thought. There's so much thought. There's so much going through her head at every minute. How do I do that? I just trust my beautiful director and make sure that the thing I'm going for is what's conveyed. You know, she had a really crazy arc this season, and we really wanted to hit every single beat to make sure that it was actually translating.
And I'm gonna let the applause finish because I love seeing people get their flowers. Now, Rick, you started your Star Wars journey as a director, but now you've parlayed that into executive producing the series as well. What's it like to now have a larger say in the direction of the series?
It's been great to be on the show for as long as I have. I did the second episode of our show, and so I feel like each season I've had this great working relationship with John and Dave. They're both such incredibly collaborative, creative people, and so all along there's been this, support of the filmmakers that come in to really flex and show and bring your point of view. And so that's always been very open to me. And so I've also was asked by John to write on the show on the first season and also write an episode the second season. So I've been a part of this process of being able to see the show from beginning to end, even before this season when I came on as EP. So I think it sort of became more of an organic process, and that there was a lot of trust between us. And that's really, I think, where it came from. And so I'm excited to be a part of it. So.
Oh, it's your buddy. Now, Katie, how has your characterization of Beau changed from animation to live action?
Oh my gosh, so much. You know, when I'm in the sound booth, I can just do whatever I want. I can move my body and my face in a myriad of different ways, and I don't have to worry about it as long as my face is doing it, or my voice is doing what it's supposed to do. And so it's almost, it's so much easier. I say that the days I'm in my helmet are actually easier days because I don't have to think so much. You know, at that moment, it's just really just what is my body doing? Does it look right on camera? You know, big movements are usually better because it doesn't, your head doesn't really convey that much unless you're moving it a ton. And so in the booth, I just basically trusted Dave. So, it was much, much easier. And I don't know about y'all, but my face moves a lot. So the hardest thing for me to do is actually sit still and be as still as Beau, because in my head, I'm like, I'm on freaking Star Wars. This is crazy. Yeah, but she just looks cool all the time. I'm not that cool.
You are Katie Sackhoff. You are very cool. Remember who you are, girl, because we know you. Now, Rick, the series has grown both in storytelling and in scale since the first season. What are some of the challenges in continually upping the ante while still maintaining overall quality?
I mean, we are making an incredibly ambitious show for television, and it's really it's something to be here in Star Wars Celebration because when we first started, we were the first series that was doing Star Wars in sort of television form, and now we have all these great shows that have come and grown from it. And I think with that, the ambition of each project, of each season, grows and grows because the story grows, the expectations grow. But I think at the end of it, it's always been about this core relationship with Din Djarin and Grogu. And I think, I think we have just been trying to service that story of this, reluctant father figure and his child, and where that adventure has taken us has sort of pushed the show and pushed the boundaries of the show. And so as that relationship has grown and Din Djarin has been on this journey to sort of do right by these decisions he's made, it's sort of forced us and put us in a position of having to make the show bigger, and that's taken us to different places. And this season is certainly a big example of that, because now it ain't just one Mando. There's a lot of Mando.
Now they get a mommy.
Yeah, there's a mommy. Exactly.
So we're gonna do this again. If Mando Mommy is not trending by the time we get off this stage, then we got problems. Now, Rick, I have another question. Being a fan of Star Wars, what's it been like for you to be able to help create new stories and characters for a whole new generation of fans?
I mean, wow is all I can say. I mean, the first film I saw in the movie theaters was Star Wars. That was my introduction into movies and to cinema, was through George Lucas's world, and I'm sure many people who are in this building can say the same thing, right? And so I was sitting there as a kid with stories in my head and playing with my action figures and toys, and every Halloween dressing up, and I had no idea that many, many years later, all that great research I was doing would come into me being a part of telling Star Wars stories. So it's been an amazing journey for me, and like Katie said, I think every day we walk on set and we see the amazing work from the incredible, talented magicians that help put the show together, whether it's the costume designers or the set people who build the sets, and you look at this world and you say, I'm in Star Wars, right? You go, it's streaming, right? I can say streaming, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Holy shit, I'm in Star Wars, right? Streaming.
Okay, Jodie beat you to it.
So we always have to be like, okay, we get to do this. We have the privilege of being able to continue George's legacy, and we take it very seriously. But we're also fans in the same way, so we're excited that we get that opportunity.
Well, I'm really grateful. It's been an absolute honor to sit here and talk with both of you and to hear about playing in that great sandbox known as Star Wars.
Exactly.
But at first, do you guys have anything else you'd like to say to, the fans here and at home?
Oh my gosh. Since my very first celebration in 2018, I have been accepted and brought into this community, and it has meant so much to me. This character is such a part of my life now, over 10 years, and to see her, come out of animation into live action and be accepted as much as she has, and is just, it still blows my mind. And I'm just so thankful to every single person that not only watches this show, but it's keeping Star Wars alive. So, thank you all so much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for stopping by and for hanging out with us. We can't wait to see what you've got coming for us in the next couple of weeks.
You never know what you're going to see, but we're excited.
I just cannot believe how much is left for 2 episodes, because I know what we shot. My brain is like, there's only 2 left? Oh my God.
Well,
Y'all buckle up.
Yeah, there's a lot happening in the next 2 episodes, so we're really excited about it being out there. So
Thank you guys so much, and we look forward to seeing it. This season has been a blast so far, and we cannot wait for more. Speaking of more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
This week and every week, tune in for This Week in Star Wars for the latest and greatest news from around the galaxy with me, Kristen Baber. Check out all the Star Wars news. A new trailer for The Mandalorian Season 3 arrived on Monday night, filled with a slew of Mandalorian warriors. And holy Hutch, Jackson's back. Exclusive reveals, Star Wars has joined TikTok. I'm sorry, is that a High Republic robe? Special guest.
Such beautiful acting that I can't believe it's Michelle.
You haven't you watched the show?
All right.
It's really good.
This is a different kind of interview than I was expecting.
We go deep on StarWars.com. And a whole lot of fun sprinkled throughout. Moth Madness! This is in Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's so good.
They make it look so effortless. Kevin, you have so much to learn. For all that and more, join us every Thursday at noon on StarWars.com and the official Star Wars YouTube channel.
Good as day 1 been? I cannot believe it. We have actually come to the end of the first day of Star Wars Celebration Live.
But don't worry, there are still 3 more days ahead of us.
But before we go, poll results! Everyone loves poll results fresh off the internet, right?
Yes, come for the poll results,
Yes.
we always say.
That's why you guys are here, obviously.
That's why they stayed till the end, the poll results. As you remember from earlier, we asked if you could do anything in a galaxy far, far away, what would you do?
So we had go to living waters, moisture farming, hang out in a cantina, and petting a lothcat. Now, cantina, I would have...
This is lothcat erasure!
Yeah, but have you seen cantinas?
I voted. Did you vote, Christina? I voted. I voted for the Lothcats. But in a surprise, I guess, to nobody, maybe a few people, surprise a few of us, 41% of you chose hang out in a cantina. Petting a Lothcat, not far behind. 37% of the vote. As for living waters and moisture farming, not too popular, 17% and 5% respectively.
I want to talk to everybody who voted for moisture farming. I want to talk to everyone who decided the one thing they want to do in Star Wars is moisture farming.
No, it's relaxing. It's
a means to an end. Ultimately, moisture farming, like, they could end up saving the galaxy. You don't know.
That's true.
Right. You need moisture,
It happened
Anthony.
once.
You need hydration.
I do need to hydrate.
What if there was
You
a
do.
drought?
All right, we'll have another poll for you tomorrow morning on Twitter at Star Wars, so get some sleep before you vote.
And as sad as we are to say goodbye today, we have lots more to come after a good night's rest.
Yes, exactly. We'll be back here tomorrow with even more guests, more panels, live as it happens.
Thank you so much for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow from Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Star Wars Jedi Survivor. May the
Force be with you!
I do have Inky. Might be done.